Testing 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. From the broadcast test, this is a mic check. 1, 2, 3.
Have two qualifiers scheduled for this Saturday night. First one, we have a group of 7 2-year-olds. So the starter will take them around for a half a mile and then release them, and they'll go off to the races. And the 2-year-olds behind the gate are Cattle Call with Burial. Hamac Dixie now gets Ryan Durage. Woodmere Bet You Do, Dave Kelly. Mysterious Ways, Jason Hughes. Woodmere Bullet out of Murner. Beach Jewels, Mark Campbell. Dirt Track Eddie, Corey McPherson, top of the stretch. Here they come. There they go. Off and pacing. Woodmere Bet You Do is the first one out. Racing from second. From the outside is Woodmere Bullet. Cattle Call along the rail. Then far outside, and I mean far outside, Dirt Track Eddie. Up in between horses Beach Jewels. Then away in six, Hamac Dixie and the trailer. Mysterious Ways, they're quarter pole bound, led by Woodmere Bet You Do. On the outside, here is a Woodmere Bullet to take over the lead at the quarter. Dropping in to be third was Dirt Track Eddie. Fourth on the cones is Beach Jewels. Moving on the outside from fifth, that is Hamac Dixie. Back into sixth. Off stride goes Beach Jewels. Then seventh, and that'll be an interference break, I'm sure, for the one Cattle Call. Off the turn. Off an opening quarter, there were 30 and 1, and here comes the half mile. And from the outside, Hamac Dixie up and take over the lead at the midway point. Second, that is Woodmere Bullet. That's Woodmere Bet You Do third. And with the leaders fourth, Dirt Track Eddie, the half mile was 60 seconds flat. They went 29 and 4 in the second panel. Over to the 5/8 pole. That new leader is Hamac Dixie. Woodmere Bullet is second, racing third. Woodmere Bet You Do. Dirt Track Eddie fourth. Swinging out from fifth is Mysterious Ways. Cattle Call is sixth, and in the backfield, that's Beach Jewels. They're at the three-quarter pole. Hamac Dixie, the leader, now sent to the outside is Woodmere Bullet. Dirt Track Eddie is picked up third on the outside. Woodmere Bet You Do at the rail fourth, racing from fifth. Now as they swing off the turn, off of three-quarters in 1:31 and 1, and a Woodmere Bullet strikes the lead. That's Mysterious Ways now on the outside, coming right to him in the stretch. Woodmere Bet You Do back on third, but it's Mysterious Ways and Jason Hughes. Second, Woodmere Bullet. Third, a Woodmere Bet You Do. Time for the mile. 2:01 and 2. Results of that first 2-year-old qualifier: Cattle Call 5th, Hamac Dixie 6th, Woodmere Bet You Do 3rd. Mysterious Ways the winner, Woodmere Bullet was 2nd. Beach Jewel 7th, Dirt Track 84th. Fractions of 30 and 1 minute. 131 and 1 in the mile, 201 and 2. In review, it's 563, 1274. Second qualifier on the track, number 1, Lady Lamurai with Adam Murner. Prince Malicious 2, Jason Hughes. 3, Apollo 34 is scratched. The 4, PJ Spudland and Joe Burial. Lady Lamorai, Prince Malicious, and PJ Spudland. Here they come. There they go. Off and pacing. Lady Lamorai, the rail, will lead them out. PJ Spudland is headed for the 2-hole. Then third one as they make the turn. That'll be Prince Malicious, arriving at the opening 8th, and the trio led to the backstretch by Lady Lamorai and Adam Murner by 3. PJ Spudland is all alone in second and back into third. That is Prince Malicious over to the front quarter mile with the hobbles back on. Lady Lamorai free-wheeling here in this qualifier on PJ Spudland, and trailing Prince Malicious 28-3 was the front quarter. All alone on the lead. They're at the 3/8 pole. Lady Lamorai in complete control. PJ Spudland continues second. Then the third one is Prince Malicious. They arrive at the opening half mile, and the trio are strung out at the midway point, led by Lady Lamorai. PJ Spudland goes second, and Prince Malicious third. They were at the half. Check it out, 56-3. That's 28 seconds flat in the second quarter. Lady Lamorai leading by the 5/8. PJ Spudland is second. Prince Malicious continuing to trail third, halfway up the backstretch as they approach the 3/4 pole. Lady Lamorai continuing to show the way. Second is PJ Spudland, and Prince Malicious is third. So the 3/4, they went 1:25-4. So Lady Lamorai came to play. She's the leader by 5 with an 8 to go. PJ Spudland is down in the 2-hole. And then the trailer is Prince Malicious. So the second qualifier, Lady Lamorai will take them all the way. Prince Malicious was rallying second, and PJ Spudland back on his feet for third. Time for the mile in 1:55. Results of the second qualifier, Lady Lamorai the winner, Prince Malicious second, 3 Apollo 34 was scratched, PJ Spudland third, 28-3, 56-3, 125-4, 155. In review, 1-2, scratch 3.
The PEI Standardbred Horse Owners Association are hosting a membership appreciation event tonight here at Red Shore, Charlottetown. Every member who attends will be entered to win a Rod hotel stay valued at $300 and redeemable at one of several locations across Prince Edward Island, New Brunswick, and Nova Scotia. Prince Edward Island Standardbred Horse Owners Association memberships will also be available for purchase at the trackside patio tent.
Racetrack.com. Post time.
Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Charlottetown Driving Park. I am your host, Rocky Skierman. On this Saturday night, 15 races on tap for you here tonight. The feature race comes up in race number 14 tonight with 7 starters facing the starting gate. All bets on Tex on the rail for Adam Murner. 2 is Odds on Capitalism with Mark Campbell. Island Beach Boy 3 with Jason Hughes. Twinbee Tough Enough will lead 4 with Jill Berrio. Middleton Terra 5 with David Dowling. High Voltage Deo is 6 with Corey McPherson. And Jackie's Boy will round out the field with Miles Heffernan Sr. Going to be a good night for harness racing here tonight at Red Shore, Charlottetown. Don't forget to get into the aisle, pick 5, races 1 through 5 with the $2,000 guaranteed pool. That's presented by the Prince Edward Island Standardbred Horse Owners Association. Race number 5 is the early Super High 5. The last 4 races, get into that late pick 4. $1,000 guaranteed pool. And then, of course, on the last race of every race card, we have the late Super High 5, all with that low 15% takeout. We got some program and equipment changes for you here tonight. Now let's go upstairs to the man who will call all the action. Here is Mr. Vance Cameron. Vance?
Thank you, Rocky, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Red Shores Racetrack and Casino at the Charlottetown Driving Park for tonight's racing program, event number 17 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, 19 degrees Celsius the temperature at this time in Charlottetown. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Tonight, the senior judge is Mr. Derek Follen. The associate judges are Mr. Ravi Shah and Mr. Gary Devine. Now here are tonight's program and equipment changes. First change in the first race. Number 5, Edge of the World, removing the ear hood, and will go from a head pole to a line pole on the outside. Number 7, JK Express. The driver tonight is Mark Campbell. Mark Campbell on number 7, JK Express in the first. Next change will go to race number 7. In the 7th race, number 2, Shadow's Terror, going from blinkers to blind bridle. Next change, go to race number 10. In the 10th race, there's an added condition. Non-winners, 12 races lifetime. Number 5, Mickey Shan has a chart line not showing. It's from the 25th of June at Summerside on the fast track. Scored from post 4, led all the way. Gary Chappell drove him to a 7th length victory in 1:55. Next change will go to race number 12. In the 12th race, scratch number 4, Rymar Jimbo. Race 12, scratch 4, Rymar Jimbo. Turning over to race number 13. Number 3, Big Bad Bruiser. The driver tonight, Adam Murner. Race 13, number 3, Big Bad Bruiser, Adam Murner drives. Final change in the final race tonight, that's number 15. In that race, number 4, Shake Me Up Hanover, has a chart line not showing from the 25th of June at Summerside. Scoring from post 5 and finished 2nd. Was race timed in 1:58 and 1, driven by Colin Shepard. That wraps up the changes at this time on tonight's racing program. First race set to go postward at 6 o'clock, leaving you 24 minutes to make your race 1 selections.
Race Day Live continues from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abeguet Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem. Now, back to Race Day Live.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore, Charlottetown on a Saturday night. 15 races on tap for here tonight. Good card on tap tonight. The 10th race is another good-looking class of horses with Avatar J, a winner last week in 152-2 with a closing quarter of 27-4. Early play from post 2. Jason Hughes will drive Avatar J again. Early play from post 2 with Brady Sweet. The 3 is Almanac with David Dowling. Well Said Celeb 4 with Adam Murner. Mickey Shan from 5 with Mark Campbell. A big trip in Summerside Wednesday night with a winner in 155 flat. Gary Chappell was in the bike. 55-4 last half in that one. TH Boomtown 6 and Jill Berrio. And Bounty Hunter from post 7 with Kenny Arsenault aboard. Going to be a great night for harness racing here tonight at Red Shores at the Charlottetown Driving Park. Don't forget to check out all the action here tonight at Red Shores. The PEI Standard Horse Owners Association are hosting a membership appreciation event tonight here at Red Shore, Charlottetown. Every member who attends will be entered to win a Rod hotel stay valued at $300 and redeemable at one of several locations across Prince Edward Island, New Brunswick, and Nova Scotia. Prince Edward Island Standard Horse Owners Association memberships will also be available for purchase at the trackside patio tent here tonight. And there's a look at the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. You'll see our selections on the screen for tonight's opener. I'm going with a 4.85. Post time picks at 4.75. That's Kurt Hughes tonight. And the classifiers choices 4.18 in tonight's opener. We got an equipment change on the 5. That's Edge of the World. Removes the near hood and a head pole outside and adds a line pole outside. First race in 13 minutes. Also in the first race, number 7, JK Express. The driver is Mark Campbell.
First race paces and the drivers on post parade. Woodmere Sinatra 1 over Jeff Skinner, Bob Skinner, and Daniel Hiltz of Nova Scotia, trained by Jennifer Doyle. David Dowling drives. George's Credit 2 is owned and trained by Philip Kelly of North Wilshire. Mark Bradley. Three, Hippie John, owned by Roderick Smith, Inverness, Nova Scotia. Kenny Arsenault trains and drives. 4, Freight Air, owned by Alex McPhee of Clyde River, trained by Neil Bambrick. Brody McPhee aboard. Edge of the World, number 5. Brett LeBlanc from Charlottetown owns, trains, and drives. West Coast Kid, number 6, owned by Lynn McLaren. John McKenzie. Colton Prophet, and Colton celebrates his 28th birthday on this Saturday night from his wife, friends, and family. So happy birthday to Colton Prophet. Philip Kelly is the trainer. West Coast Kid, driven by Corey McPherson. 7 is JK Express, owned by James Perot of Stratford, trained by Jarrett Perot. Mark Campbell now drives. Mark Campbell on the 7, JK Express. 8, Katie's Bend, owned by Kyle Wilkie of Sherwood and Shelley Wilkie of Stratford. Kyle does the training and driven by Jason Hughes. 4 minutes, 2 post time. Welcome to Red Shores and the Race Day broadcast. The Isle Pick 5 has a carryover of over $2,000 to start tonight's 15- program. Rocky Skirvin is next from the HBI broadcast desk.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's opener. Equipment change on the 5. Edge of the World removes the ear hood and head pole outside and adds a line pole on the outside. There's a look at the top selection in here. That's the 4, Freight Air, 4-year-old bay gelding by Jimmy Freight for Alex McPhee of Clyde River. Neil Bambrick trains, and Alex McPhee's grandson, Brody McPhee, will do the driving. Last start was here last Saturday night from the same post 4. Wire-to-wire winner. New race win record, 155-3. Closed it out in 30-1. That was his 6th lifetime win, 2nd of the season for the free-legged Freight Air from post 4 with Brody McPhee, 7-2. And there we see the 8, Katie's Bet, 5-year-old bay gelding, by 6-year-old bay gelding, by Betting Line for Kyle Wilkie of Sherwood and Shelley Wilkie of Stratford. Kyle trains. Jason Hughes in the driver's seat. Started here last Saturday night. Left from the post 7. Finished 4th. Race timed 155-1 with a closing quarter of 28-4. He's a long way out, but he still could make it to the winner's circle tonight. It's Katie's Bet with Jason Hughes. Your current choice at 9-5. And there we see the 5, Edge of the World with the equipment change. Takes off the ear hood and the head pole on the outside. Puts a line pole on the outside. 5-year-old bay gelding by Sunshine Beach for Brett LeBlanc of Charlottetown, who owns, trains, and drives. Last Saturday night left from 2 and finished 3rd. Race timed 155-1 with a closing quarter of 29-1. Looking for his first win of 2025. Could be tonight. Edge of the World with Brett LeBlanc. Good odds, 11-1. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's opener. First half of the daily double, Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win, Place, and Show, and it is the start of the guaranteed 20-cent Isle Pick 5. Woodmere Sinatra on the rail and David Dowling at 5-2. George's Credit the 2 with Mark Bradley at 18-1. Hippie John is 3 for Kenny Arsenault at 9-1. Freight Air from post 4. Brody McPhee to drive at 7-2. Edge of the World leaves 5. Brett LeBlanc at 8-1. West Coast Kid 6 and Corey McPherson at 4-1. JK Express, Mark Campbell to drive tonight at 9-1. And the 8 is Katie's Bet with Jason Hughes. Your current choice now on the board at 2-1. That's the field for tonight's opener. Good luck with your selections. Countdown clock is in for tonight's opener. Got a shout out tonight to Brenda McGuinness watching, as well as Shelley Hennessy and Jody Hennessy watching. Nice to receive your messages tonight on a Saturday here at Red Shore, Charlottetown, as the opener has a field of 8 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Woodmere Sinatra, George's Credit, Hippie John, Freight Air, Edge of the World, West Coast Kid, JK Express, and Katie's Bet. Top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. 5 Edge of the World was off stride before the start. And there they go. Off and pacing. Freight Air, George's Credit on the rail. Woodmere Sinatra leaving out way wide. West Coast Kid is 4 high into the turn. Hippie John away at the rail 5th. JK Express 6th. 7th is Katie's Bet, the trailer. Edge of the World. Up the backstretch they go. And from the outside, here's Freight Air set to take the lead. In line to Brody McPhee. Woodmere Sinatra goes 2nd. 3rd on the outside is West Coast Kid. His stable mate will be there 4th. That is George's Credit. Then in 5th, it's Hippie John. JK Express 6th. Katie's Bet 7th. Edge of the World is 8. 28 and 2. A fired up opening quarter. On the front end, off the turn, led by Freight Air. 2-hole ride, that's Woodmere Sinatra. 3rd, West Coast Kid. George's Credit goes 4th. That's Hippie John 5th. There goes Katie's Bet underway in the outside 6th. 7th is JK Express. Trailing the field, that is Edge of the World. Halfway home, 57 seconds flat. 28 and 3 in the second quarter. Freight Air rolls along, leading at 5-8. Woodmere Sinatra getting that textbook 2-hole ride. Then 3rd is West Coast Kid. 4th, George's Credit. Up 5th on the outside is Katie's Bet. Following the cover 6th, JK Express. Hippie John got the shuffle to 7th. On the outside 8th, Edge of the World. 3/4 in the books. Getting them there, Freight Air. 126 and 4. Here's Woodmere Sinatra on the outside to challenge. 3rd up the rail, West Coast Kid. Coming 4th, Katie's Bet. 3 high. JK Express is coming late from 5th. Down the stretch they come. Freight Air the leader. Woodmere Sinatra. West Coast Kid looking to upset them. On the wire next. Freight Air. West Coast Kid. Freight Air. Wow. It's a photo finish. Here to open it up. 156-3.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's opener. Freight Air goes to the front tonight, gets there 28-2 to the quarter. Half up in 57 seconds flat. Down to three quarters in 126-4, and here's the battle. Freight Air, look at the rail. West Coast Kid is coming up the inside here, and they're going to battle to the wire. Who's going to get it? Freight Air and Brody McPhee won last week wire to wire in 155 3/5 for a new record. West Coast Kid on the inside, and it is now posted. Freight Air gets the job done tonight for Brody McPhee. In for second is the 6 West Coast Kid. Woodmere Sinatra in there for third. 4-6-1 unofficially in the opener. We'll see Freight Air and Brody McPhee in the Red Shores winner's circle in a moment.
Freight Air wins in a photo finish to open up a Saturday night at the driving park. He arrives at the winner's circle. Freight Air, Bay Pacing Gelding. He is 4 by Jimmy Freight off the Sweet Lou Dam. Walk-on Air, owned by Alex McPhee of Clyde River. Bred by Adriano Sorella from Guelph, Ontario. Trained by Neil Bambrick. Brody McPhee in the driver's seat. Back-to-back wins for this combination. 156-3, time for the mile. Freight Air in the opener.
This race replay is brought to you by All Star Cresting, specializing in embroidery, screen print, promotional products, and on-site cresting featuring the newest technology, and one of the largest embroidery and screen printing departments in Atlantic Canada. For all your clothing and merchandise needs, email sales@allstarcresting.ca. At All Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Now the official results in the first: Woodmere Sinatra 3rd, George's Credit 7th, Hippie John 4th, Freight Air the race winner. Edge of the World was 8th, West Coast Kid 2nd, JK Express 6th, Katie's Bet finished 5th, fractions 28-2, 57, 126-4, and the mile 156-3. In review, 374, 182, 6.5. Freight Air paid $6.40. Exactor 203.90. Triactor 229.10. Superfecta 269.13.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Charlottetown on a Saturday night. Let's talk about HPI Charlottetown, their June offer. HPI PEI customers and players across the country who wager $25 or more per card right here at Red Shore Charlottetown during the month of June will receive a ballot for a chance to win a $500 rebate. Sign up for free at hpibet.com to take advantage of member offers and privileges today. Play the horses with HPI Bet and Red Shores. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for tonight's second race, field of 6. I'm going with a 3-6-4 in here. Backstretch meet like 6-3-4, and the classifier selections also 6-3-4 in tonight's second race in 7 minutes.
Maiden Pacers for the second race parade. Saltwater Captain number 1, owned by Joanne McRae, David Myers, and Gwyneth McGuirk, and Rick Adams. Trained by David Myers, David Dowling drives. Tobin's April Fool number 2 is owned by John and Anna Grace Quinn of Charlottetown. Trained by Stephen Quinn, Jason Hughes. Moonlight number 3, owned by the ICU Stable of Charlottetown. Trained by Kenny Arsenault, driven by Gilles Barrio. Elm Grove the Moon 4, owned by Peter Smith of Stratford, Gerald Morrissey of Charlottetown, Corey McPherson trains and drives. 5 Shadows in the Night, owned by Peter Smith, Don Smith, Gerald Morrissey, and Wade Piccone. Kenny Arsenault trains and drives. Number 6 is Redland Extinguisher, owned by Peter Smith Stratford, Gerald Morrissey of Charlottetown, trained by Kenny Arsenault. Tonight, Brody McPhee drives. 4 minutes to post time. Back to Rocky with a rundown of the top 5 drivers at Red Shore Charlottetown.
Thank you, Vince. There is a look at the top drivers thus far here at Red Shore Charlottetown. Mark Campbell leads the way with 40 wins. Gilles Barrio second with 31. Then we have a tie for third, Adam Murner and Jason Hughes, each with 24 wins. David Dowling rounds out the top 5 with 23 wins. Those are the top drivers thus far here at Red Shore Charlottetown. And there's that very tight win photo from tonight's first race. Freight Air just by a whisker over the 6 West Coast Kid. Great shot by the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Let's head out to the track for tonight's second race. Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win Place and Show wagering in here. Field of 6, and there is a look at my top selection. That's the 3 Moonlight. 3-year-old bay gelding by Bet the Moon for ICU Stable of Charlottetown. Kenny Arsenault is the trainer, and folks, I got to let you know that Kenny Arsenault is only 3 wins away from 1,000 training wins. Quite an accomplishment. Kenny Arsenault 3 wins away from 1,000 training wins. Gilberto will do the driving as he did last Saturday night from the rail. Finished second, race time 1:59.4. Closed it out in 29.3. It's Moonlight from post 3 with Gilberto 2-1. And there we see the 6, Redland Extinguisher, 3-year-old bay gelding by Flameproof Hanover. Peter Smith of Stratford and Gerald Morrissey of Charlottetown are the owners. Another one from the Kenny Arsenault barn. He's the trainer. Brody McPhee looks to go back-to-back here tonight in the bike. Last Saturday night here, left from post 5, finished 7th. Race time 1:58.3. Closed it out in 30 seconds flat. Kenny Arsenault was in the bike. The start before that, maiden record on June the 14th, left from 2. Wire to wire by a neck in 2 minutes, 4/5, 29.1 on the end of it. Mark Bradley supplied the winning drive. Redland Extinguisher leaves 6 tonight with Brody McPhee, 5-2. And there's a look at the 4, Elm Grove the Moon, 3-year-old Black Gelding by Bet the Moon for Peter Smith of Stratford, Gerald Morrissey of Charlottetown. Corey McPherson is the trainer driver. Last start was here last Saturday night, left from 3. Finished 4th, 2 minutes flat, 29.1 on the end of it. Elm Grove the Moon, 5th lifetime start tonight with Corey McPherson. Post 4, 20-1. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's second race. Field of 6, Saltwater Captain, 2-year-old by Bet the Moon on the rail with David Dowling. First lifetime start tonight. They're 4-5 on the board right now, your current choice. Tobin's April Fool from post 2 on your screen now. 2-year-old Brown Gelding by Shanghai Phil. Jason Hughes to drive, first lifetime start. 22-1. The 3, Moonlight with Gilberto at 8-5. Elm Grove the Moon leaves 4. Corey McPherson aboard, 21-1. Shadows in the Night is 5. Kenny Arsenault at 27-1. And Redland Extinguisher, post 6 on the outside with Brody McPhee at 8-5. That's a look at the field for tonight's second race. Good luck with your plays. Countdown clock is in for tonight's second race with a field of 6 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Saltwater Captain, Tobin's April Fool, Moonlight, Elm Grove the Moon, Shadows in the Night, Redland Extinguisher, top of the stretch. Now approaching a start, Fancy stepping at the rail, that's Saltwater Captain. There they go, off and pacing, and Moonlight, the first one out, alongside Elm Grove, the Moon second, third into the turn, Shadows in the Night. Fourth coming from the outside is Redland Extinguisher. Away in fifth as they round the turn, Tobin's April Fool, and the trailer, Saltwater Captain. On the backstretch for time one, Moonlight for Gilberto out in front. Dropping in second was Elm Grove the Moon, racing from third. Shadows in the Night. Up with the leaders fourth, Redland Extinguisher. On the outside, that's Saltwater Captain to take over fifth. And now the trailer, Tobin's April Fool by the quarter in 28 and 4. Racing around the turn, arriving at the 3/8. It's Moonlight in control. Second, that is Elm Grove the Moon, racing from third. Shadows in the Night. Redland Extinguisher fourth. Into fifth, that is Saltwater Captain, and trailing sixth, Tobin's April Fool. They're halfway home in the second, and Moonlight is the midway point leader. Racing second, Elm Grove the Moon, Shadows in the Night third. There goes Redland Extinguisher, sent to the outside fourth. Fifth is Saltwater Captain, and the trailer, Tobin's April Fool, 59-2. The halfway home time, they're on the back stretch and go to three-quarters, led by Moonlight. Second is Elm Grove the Moon. Redland Extinguisher picks up third on the outside. Racing fourth up the rail is Shadows in the Night. Saltwater Captain there fifth, trailing the field. Tobin's April Fool, three-quarters completed in 90 seconds flat. Moonlight is still there on the turn for the final time. Redland Extinguisher on the rail, that is Elm Grove the Moon, and they're homeward bound. Moonlight trying to see it through. Stablemate Redland Extinguisher up the inside. Elm Grove the Moon, Saltwater Captain come back on the wire next. Here is the inside, that is Elm Grove the Moon. Second, the Redland Extinguisher. Might have been Saltwater Captain third. Time for the mile in a 1:59.2.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's second race. Moonlight with Gilberto goes to the front tonight, 28-4, the half up in 59-2. Down to three-quarters in 1:30. And Elm Grove the Moon setting in the two-hole. Got a real nice trip tonight. Is going to go right up the inside and is going to get a maiden record tonight of 1:59-2. Corey McPherson in the bike for the win. In for second, Redland Extinguisher come back on in mid-stretch here and gets up for second. Both those horses owned by Peter Smith and Gerald Morrissey. In for third, looks like the rail horse. Yes, it is. Saltwater Captain there for third. 4-6-1 unofficially in tonight's second. We're going to see Elm Grove the Moon and Corey McPherson in the Red Shores winner's circle next.
Elm Grove the Moon arriving at the second race winner's circle, pacing Black Gelding 3, Babette the Moon Off the Real Desire Dam, Aquatic Lightning, owned by Peter Smith of Stratford and Gerald Morsey of Charlottetown, bred by Bobby Gordon of Elmsdale. Corey McPherson, training and driving. Colt gets a maiden record tonight of 159 and 2. Elm Grove the Moon in the second.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome the opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and the U.S. Symes Horse Transport is a commercially covered horse carrier. They also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Now the official results in the second race: Saltwater Captain third, Tobin's April Fool sixth, Moonlight fourth, Elm Grove the Moon the race winner, Shadows in the Night fifth, a Redland Extinguisher finished second, fractions of 28 and 4, 59 and 2, 130, and the mile 159 and 2. In review, 364, 152. Elm Grove the Moon paid $11.90 to win. The Exactor 25.20, Triactor 88.40, Superfecta 21.90, and the Early Daily Double 32.80.
Red Shores is pleased to announce HPI rewards for Prince Edward Island customers this spring and summer meet. You can now play Summerside and Charlottetown live racing and earn points. You can convert those points to cash or earn points for other exciting offers. Sign up and play the horses through HPIBet.com and the new HPI rewards program for Prince Edward Island. And we'll slide the selections into the screen as the horses make their way out of the paddock for tonight's third race. I'm going with a 4-1-2. Post time picks going 1-4-2. Classifiers choices 1-2-4. So we all got the same 3 horses here. Third race, 7 minutes.
Third race for Post Parade, all better. 1 over Ken Hardy of Bedford, Glenn Hardy, Middle Sackville, Nova Scotia, trained by Cliff Murphy. Kenny Murphy drives. Abiding Art number 2, owned by Jack and Brendan Melanson from Stanley Bridge, Kenny Arsenault training and driving. Red Eye to Shanghai number 3, Wade Myers of Charlottetown, owns, trains, and drives. 4, Woodmere Rocket Man, owned by Dan Ross from Vernon Bridge, Gilberto is the trainer-driver. 5, Camco Lucas, owned by Hal Smith of Fonnell, Ian Smith of Stratford, trained by Tommy Weatherby, Brody McPhee. Lindale Mr. Mac number 6, owned by David McDonald of Belfast, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. 5 minutes to post time. Rocky returns with a look at the top 5 trainers in Charlottetown.
Thank you, Vince. There is a look at the top trainers thus far here at Red Shore Charlottetown. Jennifer Doyle leads the way with 20 wins. Landon Campbell in second with 18. Adam Murner has 15 wins. Jeff Holm with 14. And Ashley Gamester rounds out the top 5 with 13 wins. That's a look at the top trainers thus far 2025 here at Red Shore Charlottetown. Let's head out to the track for tonight's third race. Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win Place and Show Wagering, landing on the 4. Woodmere Rocket Man, 3-year-old bay gelding by Bet the Moon for Daniel Ross of Vernon Bridge. Gilberto is the trainer and the driver. Last start was last Saturday night here. Head the back tier, post 9, was parked out to the quarter, cleared to the front, finished second, just beat a length and a half. Race timed 1:58 flat, 30-3 on the end of it. The start before that, June the 14th, had the rail, finished second, just beat half a length. Race timed 1:55-1 with a closing quarter of 28 seconds flat. Woodmere Rocket Man from post 4 with Gilberto, 2-1. And there we see the rail sitter in here. That's All Better. 4-year-old bay gelding by Better's Delight for Ken Hardy of Bedford, Glenn Hardy of Middle Sackville, Nova Scotia. Clifford Murphy is the trainer, and his boy Kenny Murphy will do the driving. Last start last Saturday night, had the rail, same post as tonight, finished third, just beat a length and a quarter. Race timed 1:55-1, 27-1 on the end of it. Ooh, he looks poised to win this one off the rail tonight. All Better with Mr. Murphy. Your current choice at 7-5. Don't forget to get your 50-50 draw tickets. Heather's up here right now in the top of the park. First call, 50-50. There we go back to the track to see the 2, Abiding Art, 3-year-old bay gelding by Roll With It Harry for Jack and Brendan Melanson of Stanley Bridge. Kenny Arsenault getting closer to 1,000 training wins is the trainer and the driver. Last start was June the 14th from post 3, finished 7th. 1:58-4, 31-1 on the end of it. But June the 7th here had the rail and finished third, just beat 2 lengths. 1:56-4 with a closing quarter of 28-3. Looking for his first win of the season. Abiding Art from post 2 with Kenny Arsenault, 8-1. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's third race. A field of 6, All Better, Kenny Murphy at 2-1. Abiding Art 2 with Kenny Arsenault at 6-1. Red Eye to Shanghai leaves 3 with Wade Myers at 20-1. Woodmere Rocket Man 4, Gilberto at 3-5. Camco Lucas from post 5 and Brody McPhee at 4-1. And the 6 on your screen, Lindale Mr. Mac with Mr. Jason Hughes at 13-1. That's the field for tonight's third race. Get into the action. Don't be shut out. Good luck with your selections. Just a friendly reminder for race fans, the Red Shore Summerside Future Stars of Racing is tomorrow, June 29th, beginning at 11:30 a.m. All the action will be carried live at Redshores.ca. Tonight's third race has a field of 6 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
All better. Abiding Art, Red Eye to Shanghai. Woodmere Rocket Man, Camco Lucas. Lindell, Mr. Mac, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, Woodmere Rocket Man is leaving. All better along the rail, going right with them. Third to the turn, Abiding Art. To get away, fourth, Red Eye to Shanghai. The fifth one on the turn, Camco Lucas trailing. That's Lindell, Mr. Mac. They swing by the eighth pole, and from the outside, Woodmere Rocket Man for Barrio about to take over. Second is All Better, then third, that's Abiding Art. Fourth, Red Eye to Shanghai. Fifth is Camco Lucas. And the trailer, Lindell, Mr. Mac, is sixth. They wheel on by the first quarter mile, and it's Woodmere Rocket Man, the post-time favorite, out in front off of 29 seconds. Opening quarter. All better, the two-hole ride. Abiding Art third. Red Eye to Shanghai fourth. Fifth is Camco Lucas. Trailing Lindell, Mr. Mac. Straight alignment towards the half mile, led by Woodmere Rocket Man. He'll get him halfway home. All better is there second, gapping out in third. That's Abiding Art. Fourth is Red Eye to Shanghai. Racing from fifth is Camco Lucas. And Lindell, Mr. Mac, 6:59 and 4 the half mile. They're still in straight alignment with 3/8 of a mile to go. That's Woodmere Rocket Man continuing to lead. All better. Abiding Art is third. Red Eye to Shanghai tipping out fourth. Coming fifth on the outside, Lindell, Mr. Mac, and at the rail 6, Camco Lucas, strict quarters. They get there led by Woodmere Rocket Man. All better is second, Abiding Art third. 3/4 and 1, 29 and 3 as they arrive at the 7/8. Woodmere Rocket Man trying to take them all the way. Here's All Better now to the outside with a stretch drive. Abiding Art closing in at the rail. Deep stretch now on the wire next. Woodmere Rocket Man hangs on. We'll need a place picture between Abiding Art and All Better. 1:58.2.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's third race. And I figured Woodmere Rocket Man might try to go right down the road tonight. And he does. 29, the half up, 59 and 4, 129 and 3 to 3/4. And here's a great shot by Universal Media. 3 of them across the track with the 5 Camco. Lucas ducking to the inside. Looks like Brody's got some horse there too. But the 4 Woodmere Rocket Man and Jill Barrio's going to hang on to win tonight in 158 and 2. That's his 3rd lifetime win. In for second, it's close on the line, but it is now posted the 1 all better second. Abiding Art third, 4-1-2, ice cold in the third. We'll see Woodmere Rocketman and Jill Barrio in the winner's circle next.
Would be a Rocket Man arriving at the third race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Gelding 3, Babette the Moon off the Western Ideal Dam Wild Ride Hanover. Owned by Dan Ross of Vernon Bridge. Bred by Woodmere Farms in Marshfield. Gilberto training and driving. Mile 158 and 2. Woodmere Rocket Man in the third.
Windermere Farms is proud to announce its 2025 stallion lineup, featuring some of the top pacing and trotting sires in Atlantic Canada. This year's roster includes Malicious, Keystone Velocity, Muscle Through It, Somewhere Fancy, and Carouser. A special shout out to Malicious, the proven champion sire, whose offspring have earned over $4.3 million and continue to dominate tracks across the Maritimes. Plus, Somewhere Fancy's first crop is set to hit the track in 2025, and the excitement is just getting started. Windermere Farms, where Atlantic Canada's champion stallions call home.
Here's the official results from the third race. All Better was second. Abiding Art third. Red Eye to Shanghai fifth. Woodmere Rocket Man the winner. Camco Lucas fourth. Lindale Mr. Mac finished sixth. Fractions 29, 59 and 4, 129 and 3, and the mile 158 and 2. From the top, your program reads 235, 146. Woodmere Rocket Man 350. Exactor 510, Triactor 1660, and the Superfecta 353.
The All-Star Handicapping Challenge returns to Red Shores for the month of July. Garnet Barnsdale, Melissa Keith, and Ken Workington will battle for top spot in the 4-week competition. Point totals will be updated on a weekly basis, and the winner will be crowned on Saturday, July 26th. And we will slide the selections into the screen for tonight's 4th race. Field of 5 in here. I'm going 3-2-1, as is post-time picks with Kurt Hughes. And the classifier's choice is 3-2-4 in tonight's 4th race in 7 minutes.
Well, here's some good news. If you're a member of the PEI Standardbred Horse Owners Association, or if you'd like to be a member, there's a free barbecue located at the north end of the grandstand for all members. And if you become a member, you're also welcome to attend that barbecue. It's in the tent at the north end of the grandstand for the PEI Standardbred Horse Owners Association. Fourth race on parade, number 1, Rosetown Eclipse, owned by the Rosetown Stable and Jimmy Gorman and Mike Gorman. Corey McPherson training and driving. Shane's Dream 2, owned by Blair and Carl Hansen, Isaac Skierman and Shane Essen. Adam Murner trains and drives. Owned by Chris Kelly of Calgary, Alberta, trained by Bon Doyle. Gilles Barrio drives 3, Nothing Bugs Me. Ford DJ Mustang, owned by Brady Doyle of Stratford. Dan Belleville from Halifax, Nova Scotia, trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell driving. 5 is Cheese Whiz, owned by Sandra Webster, Jeff Cummings, Courtney Gallant, and Nicole McPherson. Cliff Murphy does the conditioning. Kenny Murphy's in the sulky. 5 minutes to post time. A special welcome to Laura Lund and the Tourism PEI Group. Enjoy your night at Red Shores and the top of the park. Rocky has more on the Gold Cup and Saucer second chance draw at Red Shores, Charlottetown.
Thank you, Vince. The Gold Cup and Saucer second chance draw is back at Red Shores beginning July 3rd. On live race days here in Charlottetown, customers can enter non-winning tickets into the designated ballot drum for a chance to win the grand prize, which includes 1 table of 4 at the trackside patio on Gold Cup night, 1 night hotel stay, in-room welcome basket, 4 race programs, and 4 Old Home Week passes, plus $500 cash. The grand prize draw will take place on Saturday, August the 2nd. Let's head out to the track for tonight's 4th race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win in place wagering here. No show wagering in this race with a field of 5. Landing on the 3, Nothing Bugs Me. 4-year-old brown gelding by Custard the Dragon for Chris Kelly of Calgary, Alberta. Von Doyle is the trainer. Gilles Barrio looks to go back-to-back for the driving double tonight. He's in the bike. Last Saturday night, left from post 5. Finished second, just beat 3/4 of a length. Race timed 1:55-1 with a closing quarter of 27-1. That jumps off the page to me. Nothing Bugs Me, and Gilles Barrio in the bike right now. 2-1. And there's a look at the 2, Shane's Dream. 4-year-old bay gelding by Source of Pride for Blair and Carl Hansen, Isaac Skierman, and Shane Essen. Adam Murner trains and drives. Last Saturday night here from post 4, finished 4th, just beat 3 lengths. Race time 1:54-2, closed it out 28-3. They were flying last Saturday night here in Charlottetown. Shane's Dream from post 2 with Adam Murner. Your current choice on the board at 7-5. There's a look at the rail sitter in here. That is Rosetown Eclipse, 3-year-old Black Gelding by Bet the Moon for Rosetown Stable, Jimmy Gorman and Mike Gorman. Corey McPherson, trainer and driver. Corey's looking for a driving double tonight. Started in Inverness on June 22nd from the rail. A wire-to-wire winner in 157-1. Closed it out 28-3. That was a new race win record for this 3-year-old Black Gelding by Bet the Moon. He's on the rail tonight with Corey McPherson aboard, 9-2. Let's have a quick look at the odds board here for tonight's fourth race. A field of 5. No show wagering in here. Rosetown Eclipse and Corey McPherson at 5-1. Shane's Dream, the 2 with Adam Murner at 8-5. Nothing Bugs Me leaves 3 with Jill Barrio at 5-2. DJ Mustang on your screen right now with Mark Campbell. Your current choice on the board at 6-5. And Cheese Whiz from Post 5 with Kenny Murphy aboard at 7-1. That's a look at the field for tonight's fourth race. Good luck with your selections. Countdown clock is in for tonight's fourth race. A field of 5 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Rosetown Eclipse, Shane's Dream, Nothing Bugs Me, DJ Mustang, and Cheese Whiz. Top of the stretch. Ready for a start. Rough and pacing, Nothing Bugs Me, pointed out on the rail. That's Rosetown Eclipse, Shane's Dream third, DJ Mustang fourth. The early trailer, Cheese Whiz fifth as they round the turn, arriving at the 8th pole. Nothing Bugs Me, and Burial second at the rail. Rosetown Eclipse dropping in third, DJ Mustang fourth. That's Shane's Dream trailing the field fifth. Cheese Whiz, the compact field of 5, are over to the opening quarter, and that's Nothing Bugs Me, the fraction setter. Rosetown Eclipse will get the 2-hole ride, racing from third. DJ Mustang 28 and 2 was the front quarter. Back into fourth is Shane's Dream, trailing the field. Cheese Whiz is fifth. Down the stretch they come for the first time, approaching the opening half mile. Nothing Bugs Me is the fraction setter on Rosetown Eclipse. Mid-pack third, that is DJ Mustang. Closed up fourth, that is Shane's Dream. And trailing fifth is Cheese Whiz. They were at the opening half in 57 and 2. Rolling along on the front end, Nothing Bugs Me, the 5/8 pole leader. On his back second, that's Rosetown Eclipse. Going wide third, DJ Mustang. Fourth is Cheese Whiz. Shane's Dream now trails after a break. The 3/4 is the next stop, and getting him there, Nothing Bugs Me. DJ Mustang on the outside, Rosetown Eclipse at the rail. Back fourth, Cheese Whiz. Fifth is Shane's Dream. 1:26 and 4, the 3/4 time. 1/8 of a mile out, and that's Nothing Bugs Me trying to close it out. Rosetown Eclipse is second. DJ Mustang third. On the wire next, here's Berrio to double up. Nothing Bugs Me all the way. Rosetown Eclipse second. Third is DJ Mustang. Time for this mile, 1:54 flat.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's fourth race. Nothing Bugs Me. Jill Berrio goes back-to-back here. Goes right down the road, 28-2, 57-2, 126 and 4 to 3/4. Set up for a good trip for Rosetown Eclipse in the 2-hole. But Nothing Bugs Me and Jill Berrio just sprint away from them here in deep stretch to win in 1:54 flat. That's a new race win record. 27-1 final quarter in this one. Rosetown Eclipse in there for second. Up for third is DJ Mustang. 3-1-4 unofficially in tonight's fourth race. We're going to see Nothing Bugs Me and Jill Berrio in the winner's circle next.
Nothing Bugs Me to the fourth race winner's circle. Pacing Brown Gelding 4 by Custard the Dragon. Off the test flight, damn, you know nothing. Owned by Chris Kelly of Calgary, Alberta, bred by the Surdale Farms of Kelowna, British Columbia. Trained by Bon Doyle, Gilles Barriel put him on top at every call, pacing to a new record of 154 with that closing quarter of 27 and 1. Nothing bugs me in the Barriel double in the fourth.
This race replay is brought to you by the new 1888 Lounge at Red Shores. The 1888 Lounge is perfect for your corporate meetings, parties, or presentations. Contact Rebecca in our Sales and Events Division for more information on the new 1888 Lounge upper level at Red Shores.
Now the official results in the fourth race, Rosetown Eclipse second, Shane's Dream fourth. Nothing Bugs Me, the race winner. DJ Mustang third. Cheese Whiz fifth. They went 28 and 2, 57 and 2, 126 and 4, and the Mild in 154. From the top, your program reads 24135. Nothing Bugs Me paid $440. The Exactor 910, Triactor 1640, Superfecta 369.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores, Charlottetown on a Saturday night, June the 28th. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. Let's talk about the Red Shores early and late Super High Five. Red Shores Racing features an early and late Super High Five as part of the 2025 wagering menu. Super High Five is offered in race 5 and the last race of the program. With the low 15% takeout, customers can play the Super High Five at Red Shores, Charlottetown, and Summerside. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for tonight's fifth race, a field of 8. I'm going 4-5-1. Post time picks like 4-1-5. Classifier's choices 4-5-8. And Vance Cameron and I will be along with the Vance Cam presented by Results Advertising and Marketing in a moment.
Race 5 on Post Parade, number 1, All About the Cash, owned by Jeff Holmes, Trevor and David McDonald, Leonard Doyle. Jeff does the training, Brady Sweet drives. Redland Sampson 2, owned by Roderick Gillis, Donnie Smith, Paul Hogan, and Troy Cudmore. Trained by Cliff Murphy. Kenny Murphy up. Spack Jero number 3, owned by Mike Slander from Belfast. Trained by Raymond White. Mark Bradley drives. Malignity number 4, owned by Debbie Francis, Roseanne, and Chantel Langell. Paul Langell, trainer-driver. 5 is Mr. Riley, owned by Jimmy Gorman of South Melville and Darlene Compton of South Burnett. Corey McPherson trains and drives. 3-trick gainer number 6, owned and trained by Saul Lanigan of Cambridge. Tonight, Ryan DeRage. Laugh Again Hanover 7, owned by Donald McCrae, Blair and Eric McLaughlin, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. First Glance number 8, owned by Luke Beck of Charlottetown, and What Are the Odds stable of Orwell, trained by Landon Campbell, Mark Campbell in the sulky. 5 minutes to post time. Rocky, you and I are coming up with our selections in the first Super High 5 on this Saturday night. And again, we thank our friends at Results Marketing and Advertising and their presentation of the Vance Cam. I'm on the 4 Malignity in here, like most of the horse players, Rocky, right now at 340 on that infield toe board. Going to go to the 1, All About the Cash. He was all over the racetrack his last time around here at the driving park. Gets the inside tonight. Does show a trip in 54-4, just 2 starts back. I'm on 5, Mr. Riley, who was ready to race right off the hop, pacing in 55 and change. Come back in 54 and change out of the McPherson barn. I'll use him for 3rd. Pick the long shot for 4th. Redland Sampson's been doing his thing rather well. Does have some good finishing touch to him. I got him in for 4th, and I'll go with the 6th 3-trick gainer to close out my Super High 5. I'm 41526 from the booth. Rocky, your choices.
I agree with you with the winner, Malignity, in here from the 4 hole with Paul Angel. For 2nd, the 5, Mr. Riley. For 3rd, the 1, All About the Cash. Then I'll put in the 8, First Glance. Rounded out with the 6, 3-trick gainer. 45186. Vance going 41526. Good luck and get in on the Super High 5. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's 5th race. Super High 5 time. Exactor, Triactor, Win, Place, and Show as well. All About the Cash, Brady Sweet at 5-1. Redland Sampson 2, Kenny Murphy 36-1. Spack Jero 3, Mark Bradley at 11-1. The 4, Malignity with Paul Angel at 3-5. Your current choice on the board. Mr. Kelly 5, Corey McPherson at 5-1. 3-trick gainer 6, and Ryan DeRoche at 11-1. Laugh Again Hanover 7, Jason Hughes at 10-1. First Glance leaves 8 in the outside with Mark Campbell at 7-1. That's the field for tonight's 5th race. Good luck with your plays. Prince Edward Island Standard Horse Owners Association are hosting a membership appreciation event tonight here at Red Shores, Charlottetown. Every member who attends will be entered to win a Rod hotel stay valued at $300 and redeemable at one of several locations across Prince Edward Island, New Brunswick, and Nova Scotia. Prince Edward Island Standard Horse Owners Association memberships, they're also available tonight for purchase at the trackside patio tent. And just a friendly reminder for race fans, the Red Shore Summerside Future Stars of Racing is tomorrow, June 29th, beginning at 11:30. All the action will be carried live at Redshores.ca. Countdown clock is in for tonight's fifth race. Super high five time, a field of 8 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
All about the cash. Redland Sampson, Spack, Gerald, Malignity. Mr. Riley, 3-trick gainer. Laugh again, Hanover, first glance outside. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, all about the cash, the first one out. Malignity going right with them. To their outside comes Mr. Riley third, Redland Sampson fourth. Fifth around the turn is Spack Gerald, first glance up 6. Seventh, that's 3-trick gainer, and trailing is Laugh Again Hanover, Malignity, leading him on the back stretch for the first time to the quarter mile. Second is All About the Cash, dropping in third with Mr. Riley. That's Redland Sampson fourth. On the outside, fifth is First Glance. At the rails, Spack Gerald goes 6th. Seventh is 3-trick gainer, and trailing 8th, Laugh Again Hanover, 28 and 2 was the quarter mile. And that's Malignity for Paul Angel, leading him by the 3/8 with a 2-length lead. Second is All About the Cash, Mr. Riley third. Fourth on the outside, First Glance. At the rail, fifth. That's Redland Sampson. Spack Gerald 6th. There goes 3-trick gainer to the outside 7th. And trailing the field, that is Laugh Again Hanover halfway home. They were there in 56 and 4 consecutive 28 and 2 splits, rounding the paddock turn, led by Malignity. All About the Cash is second. Third is Mr. Riley, back into fourth, Redland Sampson. Fifth at the rail, Spack Gerald. On the outside, 6th is 3-trick gainer. 7th, Laugh Again Hanover. First Glance now trails her by 3/4. Malignity by almost 2 in 1:25 flat. 1/8 of a mile out, Malignity the leader. All About the Cash. Well back third, Mr. Riley. Redland Sampson fourth. And they're turning for home now. Malignity the leader. All About the Cash. Third, Mr. Riley on the wire. Malignity wins. Second, All About the Cash. Third is Mr. Riley. 1:52.3. Wow!
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's fifth race. And Vance Cameron, you were very close with your super high five as you got the top 4 there. Malignity goes right down the road, 28-2, 56 and 4. He did that effortlessly coming to the half. 125 to 3/4. Here's a great shot by Universal Media, and he'll get a new speed badge tonight of 152 and 3. All About the Cash in there for second with Mr. Riley third. It's 4-1-5. Unofficially in tonight's fifth, we're going to see Malignity and Paul Angel in the winner's circle next.
There's Malignity on his way to the fifth race winner's circle. Pacing black gelding 5 of Malicious off the Royal Majesty Dam Lady Kellyanne. Home of Debbie Francis, Roseanne, and Chantel Langell of Nova Scotia, bred by Gary McPherson. Paul Langell training and driving for the win, and he's never been better than he was tonight here in Charlottetown, pacing to a new race win record and an excellent trip, 152 and 3. Malignity delivers in the Super High Five.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Now the official results in race 5, all about the cash second. Redland Sampson fourth, Spack Jarrow sixth, Malignity the winner. Mr. Riley third. Three Trick Gainer was seventh. Laughing in Hanover fifth. First Glance finished eighth. Fractions went 28 and 2, 56 and 4, 125, and the mile 150, 2 and 3. From the top, your program reads 246 137 58. Malignity 210 to win. Exactor 560, Triactor 1220, Super High 5 2533.
Red Shores is proud to present HPI PEI players with an exciting new offer for 2025. When you wager on Woodbine Standardbred and Thoroughbred, customers can earn valuable HPI bet points. Sign up for free at hpibet.com to take advantage of member offers and privileges today. Play the horses with HPI Bet and Red Shores. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for tonight's sixth race, a field of 7. I like 5, 4, 3. Post time picks 3, 5, 6. Classifiers choices 3, 6, 7 in the sixth race in 6 minutes.
No Mo Fear on the 6th race parade, owned by Paul Doyle and Darla J. of Charlottetown. Paul is the trainer, Mark Bradley driving. Huntsville Maid, number 2, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester. Jason Hughes drives. 3 is Salisbrook Rock Rough, owned by Sean Murphy of Charlottetown and Darcy Murphy of Rothsay, New Brunswick, trained by Tommy Weatherby. Brody McPhee driving. 4, Moonfall, owned by Hal Smith of Ponnell and Ian Smith of Stratford, trained by Tommy Weatherby. Tonight, Corey McPherson catch drives. 5 is Jack Wick. Kenny Arsenault trains and drives for owner Dan McIsaac, Charlottetown. Gascoigne AC, number 6, owned by Murray McDonald of Belfast, trained by Tammy Collings, Mark Campbell. Salzburg Gunner 7, owned by Herman McQuaid, Mike May, and Krista Dunsford. Adam Murner trains and drives. 4 minutes to post time. Ladies and gentlemen, management and staff with Red Shores and the PEI harness racing industry would like to pay tribute to members of our community who passed away since our last racing program. Our condolences to the family and friends of the late Donald Butch Stevenson and the late Hollis Newsom. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask you to please rise for a moment of silence. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 6th race. Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, win, place, and show wagering. I'm landing on the 5, Jack Wick. 4-year-old Bay Gelding by McWicket for Daniel McIsaac of Charlottetown, who's also the breeder. Kenny Arsenault, the trainer-driver. Started here last Saturday night from post 2 and finished 5th in a dead heat. Race time 1:56.2. Closed it out in 29.1. I look at that line 3 back on June the 7th where he left 4. Finished 5th, race time 1:56.3, and he closed that one out in 27.4. Looks for his first win of the season. Jack Wick from post 5 with Kenny Arsenault, 5-2. There we see the 4, Moonfall. 3-year-old Bay Gelding by Bet the Moon for Hal Smith of Ponnell and Ian Smith of Stratford. Tommy Weatherby trains. Corey McPherson will do the driving. Corey's looking for his second win tonight. Started at Inverness, an Atlantic Sire Stakes A division for over $14,000 on June 22nd. Left from 5 and finished 4th. 1:59.3, closing it out 29.4. 3 starts down here on June the 7th. Left from 2 and finished 6th. Race time 1:57 flat, 28.4 on the end of it. Brody McPhee was in the bike. Moonfall leaves 4 tonight with Corey McPherson, 5-1. And there we see the 3, Salzbrook Rock Rough, 3-year-old Brown Gelding by Shanghai Phil for Sean Murphy of Charlottetown, Darcy Murphy of Rothsay, New Brunswick. Tommy Weatherby trains this one as well. Brody McPhee, he's in the bike looking for a double. He opened up the night with a win with Freight Air in the first race. Last start at Charlottetown on June 21st. Left from 4, finished 4. 1:58.2, 30.3 on the end of it. Brody McPhee was in the bike. Has a win, 3 back right here on May the 31st from post 4. 2:01.3, 31.2 on the end of it for Brody McPhee. Leaving 3 tonight, Salzbrook Rock Rough with McPhee at 5-2. Let's have a quick look at the odds board. For tonight's sixth race, No Mo Fear. Mark Bradley on the rail at 6-1. Huntsville Maid is 2 and Jason Hughes at 9-1. Salzbrook Rock Rough 3 and Brody McPhee at 3-1. Moonfall is 4 and Corey McPherson at 4-1. Jack Wick leaves 5 with Kenny Arsenault aboard at 5-2. Gascoigne AC 6 and Mark Campbell also at 5-2. And the 7, Salzbrook Gunner with Adam Murner at 7-1. That's a look at the field for tonight's sixth race. Good luck with your plays. Tonight's sixth race has a field of 7 approaching the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
No Mo Fear. Huntsville Maid, Salzbrook Rock Rough. Moonfall, Jack Wick, Gascoigne AC, and Salzbrook Gunner outside. Top of the stretch. Ready for a start. Rough and pacing from the middle, Moonfall on the rail, No Mo Fear. Then the third one between horses, Huntsville Maid way wide on the turn. Jack Wick is out there 4 high. Towards the rail, Salzbrook Rock Rough in 5th. Away 6. Gascoigne AC, the trailer 7th. Salzbrook Gunner on the backstretch, 4, and I mean 4 wide, going to the opening quarter and out in the middle. That is Huntsville Maid. Jack Wick is out there now 3 deep, in at the rail, No Mo Fear, guarding the cones. They opened it up in 29 and 1. Jack Wick on the outside. Huntsville Maid at the rail. That is a Saturday night brouhaha right here at Charlottetown. Down the stretch they come, led to the half mile. Jack Wick on the outside. On the cones, Huntsville Maid. No Mo Fear 3rd. 4th on the outside, Salzbrook Rock Rough and East Fancy stepping big time. 5th at the rail is Moonfall. Then in 6th, Gascoigne AC. And the trailer on the outside, Salzbrook Gunner. 57 seconds flat was the half, 27 and 4, second quarter, and wow, what a battle on the front end. Jack Wick been out all the way. He's the leader. Salzbrook Rock Rough on the outside, second. Huntsville Maid back to 3rd. 4th is Salzbrook Gunner. In between horses, 5th. That is Gascoigne AC, 1:27 and 2. The 3/4 time, just an 1/8 of a mile to go. And Jack Wick, what a trip he's going tonight. Second, Salzbrook Rock Rough. Salzbrook Gunner coming on the outside, way wide now. Moonfall on the wire. Here's vintage Kenny Arsenault. Jack Wick, what a performance. Time for the mile in 1:57.4.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's sixth race. And as Vance mentioned, vintage Kenny Arsenault is right. 29-1, the half 57. He took the torque from Huntsville Maid and Jason Hughes down to 3/4 in 127-2. Here's the stretch drive with my Jack Wick on top in my selections in this one with vintage Kenny Arsenault. He's now 2 wins away from 1,000 as a trainer. He gets the job done tonight in 157-4. That's a new race win record for this 4-year-old by McWickett. In for second is the 4 Moonfall. Salzbrook Rock Rough in there for third. That's my 5-4-3 Ice Cold. Here in the 6th, we'll see Jack Wick and Kenny Arsenault in the Red Shores Winner's Circle next.
Jack Wick in the 6-race winner's circle. Bay Pacing gelding 4 by McWickett from the Big Jim Dam Pops Pumpkin, a homebred of Dan McIsaac of Charlottetown. Kenny Arsenault trains and drives. The performance tonight stopped the clock in 157-4. New pacing record. Jack Wick came to play on this Saturday night at Charlottetown.
This race replay is brought to you by Sintrack Print and Graphic. Here they come, and it's Sintrack for the win with exceptional print products, exceptional graphic design services, and exceptional value. Sintrack Print and Graphics, 902-892-7719.
Now the official results in race 6, No Mo Fear 6, Huntsville Maid 7th, Salzbrook Rock Rough was 3rd, Moonfall finished 2nd, Jack Wick the race winner, Gascoigne AC 4th, Salzbrook Gunner 5th, 29-1, 57, 127-2, and the mile 157-4. In review, it's 6-7-3, 2-1-4, 5 at the bottom. Jack Wick paid $5.60. Exactor $18.30, Triactor $37.60, and the Superfecta $12.56.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore, Charlottetown on a Saturday night. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. 6 races in the books. Big trip there by Jack Wick with Kenny Ersnow. He's just 2 away now from 1,000 training wins. Congratulations, Kenny. Let's talk about the McDonald Family Pace. The McDonald Family Pace is scheduled for Friday, August the 8th, right here at Red Shore, Charlottetown. The race is open to 2-year-old pacing fillies that are 100% owned by Prince of Rhode Island residents at the time of nomination, declaration, and for the duration of the event, and that are not maritime sired or not maritime foaled. Join us in August at Red Shore, Charlottetown for the McDonald Family Pace. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for tonight's 7th race. Equipment change here on number 2, Shadow's Terror. Goes from blinkers to blind bridle tonight. I like 2-3-1. Post time picks going 2-1-3. And the classifier's choice is 2-3-1 in tonight's 7th race in 7 minutes.
Proud of you today on the 7th race post freight owned by Douglas and David Neal, Keith Ford and Ben Matheson. Keith Ford trains and drives. 2 is Shadow's Terror owned by Greyland Farm of Stratford and Joseph Gamba from Gulf Shore, Nova Scotia, trained by Lenny Myers, driven by Adam Murner. Rockin' Novel 3 owned by Reynolds Racing of Murray River, trained by Roy Reynolds, Mark Campbell up. 4 Doc Darrell. Morgan Shepard of Brackley is the owner and the trainer. Colin Shepard drives. Here's to Art, number 5, owned by Donnie Smith of Honey River and Paul Hogan of Calgary, Alberta, trained by Cliff Murphy, driven by Kenny Murphy. St. Charles Fireball 6, owned by Delta J of Charlottetown, trained by Vaughn Doyle. Gilles Barrio catch drives. Roll Your Coin, number 7, owned by Tom Hollis and Wayne Burley of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained by Stephen Quinn. Jason Hughes drives. 5 minutes to post time. Back down to Rocky Skierman at the HPI broadcast desk with the race day recap, presented by Metro Home Building Center.
Thank you, Vance. In tonight's first race, we saw Freight Air and Brody McPhee go right down the road tonight, 28-2, 57, 126 and 4, and here's the stretch drive. Freight Air did it last week in 155 and 3, a new record. He hangs on by a whisker tonight in 156 and 3. Second was West Coast Kid, Woodmere Sinatra. Third, Triactor in the opener, 461, $229.10. In tonight's second race, the 4, Elm Grove the Moon, and Corey McPherson enjoyed a good 2-hole trip, 28-4, 59 and 2, 130. And Elm Grove the Moon is going to get a maiden record tonight of 159 and 2. Corey McPherson in the bike for the win. In for second, the 6, Redland Extinguisher with Saltwater Captain. Third, 461, $88.40. In the third race, Woodmere Rocketman and Gilles Barrio go right down the road tonight, 29, 59 and 4, 129 and 3. And here is the stretch drive with 3 of them across the track. And Woodmere Rocketman is going to get the job done tonight for Gilles Barrio, 158 and 2. All better in there for second with Abiding Art. Third, 412 Tractor, $16.60. In tonight's fourth race, Gilles Barrio goes back-to-back, this time with Von Doyle trainee Nothing Bugs Me, 28-2, 57 and 2, 126 and 4. New record tonight, 154 with a closing quarter, 27 and 1. Rosetown Eclipse in there for second, DJ Mustang third, 314 Triactor, $16.40. In the fifth race, Malignity came to play, as Vance said earlier, 28-2, 56-4, 125, and he gets a new record tonight, 152-3 over All About the Cash in there for second, Mr. Riley third, Triactor 415 in the fifth race, $12.20. And in tonight's sixth race, Jack Wick survived a torturous trip, 29-1, parked every step for 57, 127-2, cleared up at three quarters. He's a winner tonight in 157-4, new race win record. Kenny Arson's getting close to 1,000 training wins. In for second, that is Moonfall. Salzbrook Rockruff third, 543 Triactor, $37.60. That is the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. Don't forget to get your 50-50 draw tickets tonight. Tracy, Betty, and Heather, they're selling. The pot is sitting at over $900 to the winner, drawing after the ninth race. Get in the 50-50. Heading out to the track now for tonight's seventh race. Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta. Triactor, Win, Place, and Show, landing on the two in here. Shadows Terror, and he has an equipment change going from blinkers to blind. Last start was here last Saturday night from 6 and finished 6. 156-1, closed it out in 29-3. 4 wins on the season, including 156 flat back on May the 3rd, opening day from Post 2 with Jason Hughes in the bike. Closed it out 28-1. Post 2 tonight for Shadows Terror Without a Murder, 1-9. There we're looking at the 3 now. Rock and Novel, 7-year-old bay gelding by Mystery Chase. For Reynolds Racing of Murray River, Roy Reynolds is the trainer with Mark Campbell in the driver's seat. Started here last Saturday night from Post 3 and finished 3. Race time 155-4. Closed it out in 30-2. Looking for that first win of 2025. Could be tonight. Rock and Novel with Mark Campbell, 8-1. And there we see the rail sitter. That's Proud of You Today. 5-year-old bay gelding by Pang Shui for Doug and David Neal. Keith Ford and Ben Matheson. Keith is the trainer and the driver. Last start was here last Saturday night from Post 3. Finished 6. 155-2, 28-3 on the end of it. This track is lightning fast, folks. Proud of You Today on the rail with Bim Ford at 8-1. Countdown clock is in for tonight's seventh race, a field of 7. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Proud of You Today, Shadows Terror, Rocket Novel. Doc Darrell, here's to Art. St. Charles Fireball and roll your coin, top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. Rough and pacing. Proud of you today. The first one out. Second is Shadows Terror. Third to the turn. That's Rockin' Novel. Doc Darrell will get away fourth. And in fifth, here's to Art. Sixth, St. Charles Fireball. And seventh, Roll Your Coin. Programmed orders start 1 through 7 as they race the backstretch for time 1 to the quarter. Proud of you today, the leader, Shadows Terror, vacating the 2-hole, up the challenge and take over. Third up the rail, that is Rockin' Novel. Then fourth is Doc Darrell. Here's Stuart in fifth. Sixth is St. Charles Fireball. Trailing the field, that is Roll Your Coin. They open it up in 28 and 2. Shadows Terror on the lead with Murner as the heavy favorite. Second, that's Proud of You today, Rockin' Novel. Third, fourth, Doc Darrell. Here's Stuart fifth, St. Charles Fireball sixth, trailing seventh. Roll Your Coin. They're halfway home now, led by Shadows Terror. The midway point time in 56 and 2. 28 seconds flat in the second quarter. Arriving at 5-8, Shadows Terror getting him there. Proud of You today is second. Rockin' Novel third. Doc Darrell fourth. Here's Stuart on the outside fifth. Now sixth and moving up. That is a Roll Your Coin. The trailer at the rail. St. Charles Fireball on by 3/4. Shadows Terror by 2. Proud of You today second. Third, Rockin' Novel. Here's Stuart advancing fourth. 3/4 in 1. 26 flat. Homeward bound they come. Shadows Terror out in front. Proud of You today. Rockin' Novel up the inside. Deep stretch now. And it is Shadows Terror on the line. Tight for the deuce. Rockin' Novel up against Proud of You today. 154-2.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 7th race. Shadows Terror, once the dust settled, moves out of the 2-hole, gets to the front, 28-2, 56-2 to the half. Down to 3/4 in 126. And here is a great shot by Universal Media. We're seeing Shadows Terror and Adam Murner stop the clock tonight in 154-2. In for second, that is the one. Proud of You today with Rockin' Novel third. It's a 2-1-3 ice cold for Kurt Hughes. We're going to see Shadows Terror and Adam Murner in the winner's circle next.
Shadows Terror into the 7th race winner's circle, pacing Brown Gelding 5 by Shadow Play. From the Western Terror Dam, Cyber Terror, on the Greyland Farm of Stratford, and Joseph Gamba from Gulf Shore, Nova Scotia, bred by Blue Chip Bloodstock and Blair Corbeil. Trained by Lenny Myers and driven to victory by Adam Murner. An excellent trip tonight of 154-2. and 2. Shadow's Terror delivers in the 7th. Now the official results in race 7. Proud of You Today, 2nd. Shadow's Terror, the winner. Rockin' Novel, 3rd. Doc Darrell, 5th. Here's To Art, 4th. St. Charles Fireball was 7th. Roll Your Coin finished 6th. The fractions were 28 and 2. 56 and 2. 126. And the mile 150, 4 and 2. From the top, your program reads 213-5476. Shadow's Terror paid $280. The Exactor $660. The Triactor $1740. And the Superfecta $349.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore, Charlottetown on a Saturday night. I'm your host, Rocky Skirman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. Let's talk about 2025 Home Hardware Maritime Breeder Stake. The 2025 Home Hardware Maritime Breeder Stake will take place at Red Shore, Charlottetown. 2- and 3-year-old trotters will compete on Thursday, October 23rd, followed by the 2- and 3-year-old pacing colts and fillies on Saturday, October 25th. Thank you to sponsors Metro Home Building Center, High Tide Home Hardware Building Centers, and the Maritime Breeders Association. And we slide the selections into the screen for tonight's 8th race. I'm going with a 3-2-5 in here. Backstretch beat also at 3-2-5, and the classifier's choices also at 3-2-5, and that's post time picks, not backstretch beat. Post time picks and Kurt Hughes 3-2-5 are all on board here tonight for the 8th race in 7 minutes.
On the 8th race post parade, number 1 is Tony Too Tall, owned by Perry Burke of Gros Isle, Quebec, trained by Trevor Hicken, Miles Heffernan Jr. driving. Manterio, number 2, owned by Jennifer Ritchie of Kingston, New Brunswick, trained by Jennifer Doyle, driven by David Dowling. 3, Navalny. Omadell and Ronnie Rennie Incorporated of Elmsdale, trained by Jeff Holmes, Brady Sweet up. Pick Tony and I Am, number 4. Kenny Murphy of Harrington co-owns and drives. Co-owner Mark Land of Summerside, Cliff Murphy trains. 5, Jules Dragon, owned by Nick McGilvery of Cornwall, trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell aboard. Nova Scotia Strong, number 6, owned by James Bagnall, Archie Hattie, and Gordy Rudolph, trained by Jay Noy, Miles Heffernan Sr. House Edge Hanover, number 7, owned by Everett Hanson of Majorville, New Brunswick, trained by Ronnie Matheson. Jill Barrio drives. 5 minutes to post time. The 57th edition of the Governor's Plate is set for Saturday, July 19th, and proudly presented by title sponsor Summerside Chrysler Dodge.
The Governor's Plate is Summerside's race celebrating champions for over 50 years and making memories that last a lifetime.
Wins the Governor's Plate. Acapulco and Barrio have won the Governor's Plate. Walter Simmons, it's your time. Monty McGuire wins Governor's Plate 52.
Be a part of something special this summer on Prince Edward Island. It all happens in July from Summerside PEI. The Governor's Plate, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. Visit Redshores.ca for more details.
And there's a look at the place photo from tonight's 7th race. You're seeing Proud of You Today, just nipping by a whisker, a small whisker. Rockin' Novel on the line. That's a great photo by the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Let's head out to the track for tonight's 8th race. Exactor, 20 cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show wagering. Field of 7 in here. There is a look at my top selection. All of our top selections, I guess, were all the same 3 horses. That's Navalny, 7-year-old bay gelding by Control the Moment for Dale and Ronnie Rennie Incorporated of Elmsdale. Jeff Holmes, the trainer, with Brady Sweet in the driver's seat. Last start, last Saturday night here. Left from 4, cut it all out, just got beat by 3/4 of a length. 152-3. Closed it out in 27-4. Wow, that was a big effort from him. Qualified, nice qualifier on June 14th, wire to wire from 6 in 156 flat, 29 seconds flat on the end of it. Navalny, post 3 tonight with Brady Sweet, 6-5. And there's a look at the 2, Mantario, another little horse that likes to come home. Last start was last Saturday night here from post 2, and he was a winner in 154-2. Closed it out in 28-4. Jennifer Ritchie of Kingston, New Brunswick is the owner of this 9-year-old by sports writer Jennifer Doyle Trains, and David Dowling in the driver's seat. He's looking for win number 40 career tonight. Mantario from post 2 with David Dowling, 7-2. And there we see the 5, Jules Dragon, 9-year-old brown gelding by Custard the Dragon for Nick McGilvery of Cornwall. Landon Campbell is the trainer, and his dad, Mark Campbell, will do the driving. Last start, last Saturday night from 6, finished 3rd. Race time, 153-4, 28 seconds flat on the end of it. He has a win, second last start, June 14th here. On the rail, wire to wire by 2 1/4 in 156 flat, closed it out in 28-4 for Mark Campbell. Jules Dragon leaves 5 tonight with Mr. Campbell in the bike at 5-2. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's 8th race. Tony Too Tall on the rail with Miles Heffernan Jr., 7-2. Mantario 2 and David Dowling at 3-1. Navalny 3 for Brady Sweet at even money, your current choice. Pick Tony and I Am is the 4 with Kenny Murphy, 27-1. Jules Dragon leaves 5 with Mark Campbell at 5-2. Nova Scotia Strong is 6. with Miles Heffernan Sr. aboard at 19-1, and House Edge Hanover. 7 on the outside. Jill Berry aboard. Jill looking for win number 3 tonight at 11-1. That is the field for tonight's 8th race. Good luck with your selections. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 8th race, a field of 7 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Vance, we've got a little father-son action in here. Had a little bit of that myself when I raced against my father a few times. Up to you for the call.
And they're lining up here in the 8th, Tony Tutal, Mantario Navalny, Pictonian I Am, Jules Dragon, Nova Scotia Strong, House Edge, Hanover, top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Tony Tutal and Navalny leaving out. Third into the turn, Mantario. Coming fourth on the outside is Jules Dragon. Into the turn, Pictonian I Am away fifth. Nova Scotia Strong is sixth. On the outside, seventh. House Edge Hanover. Up the backstretch they go. And Navalny's on to the lead. In line to Brady Street. Tony Tutal set up for a 2-hole ride. Mantario away third. Then in fourth, Jules Dragon. Pictonian I Am. He races fifth. Nova Scotia Strong is sixth. And the trailer seventh. House Edge Hanover. 27-2. Boom! Just like that, a fired up Navalny's on the point. Second is Tony Tutal. End of the turn, third, Mantario. Fourth, that is Jules Dragon. Pictonian I Am. Fifth. Sixth is Nova Scotia Strong. House Edge Hanover is seventh. They're halfway home. Led by Navalny. Getting that 2-hole ride is Tony Tutal. 56. The lot was the half mile. 28-3 in the second split. Over to 5/8, led by Navalny. Tony Tutal stalking in the 2-hole. Mantario third. There goes Jules Dragon on the outside fourth. Pictonian I Am fifth. Nova Scotia Strong on the outside is sixth. House Edge Hanover trailing seventh. Quarter of a mile left to go. Navalny the leader. Jules Dragon on the outside. Tony Tutal at the rail. Mantario is there fourth. Fifth is Pictonian I Am. 3/4 up in 1:25-3. They're in the home stretch now. Navalny the leader. Tony Tutal in the passing lane. Deep stretch now. Here's Miles Jr. and Tony Tutal on the line. Navalny second. Pictonian I Am third. Time for this mile, 1:53.3.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 8th race. This is a race that Miles Jr. will never forget, as Tony Tutal gets a two-hole trip here behind Navalny, 27-2, the half in 56. 125 and 3 3/4, and scooting up the inside here to get the race of his life to win this one in 153 and 3. Navalny did all the work on the front end. He's second. Great shot by Universal Media here of Tony Tutal getting the win with Miles Jr. in the bike. Up for third is the 4, Pictonian I Am 134, unofficially in tonight's 8th. And we're going to see Tony Tutal and Miles Heffernan Jr. in the winner's circle next. Over $950 in the pool right now. Last call, 50-50.
There's Tony Tutal in the 8th race winner's circle, pacing Black Gelding, 9 years by Big Bad John. Off the Lismara Dam. Lismara's Lady, owned by Perry Burke of Grosall, Quebec. Bred by Daniel Hale of Utica, Ohio. Trained by Trevor Hicken, Miles Heffernan Jr. along for the ride. And what a ride it was. 153 and 3. Tony Tutal in the 8th. Now the official results in race 8, Tony Tutal the winner, Manterio 4th, Navalny finished 2nd, Pictonian I Am 3rd, Jules Dragon was 7th, Nova Scotia Strong 6th, House Edge Hanover finished 5th, 27 and 2, 56, 125 and 3, and the mile 153 and 3. In review, it's 142, 37, 65. Tony Tutal paid $880 to win. The Exactor 1990, Triactor $475.50, Superfecta $44.79.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore, Charlottetown on a Saturday night. I'm Rocky Skierman, Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action. Let's talk about the 2025 Birthplace of Confederation Series. It's sponsored by the City of Charlottetown. It returns to Red Shores for 2025. This year the series is named in honor of Harris Johnson and will take place during Gold Cup Week. The eliminations are scheduled for August the 9th, followed by the consolation and final on Saturday, August the 16th. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for tonight's 9th race, a field of 7. I like 3, 5, 4 in here. Backstretch beat going 4, 7, 5. Classifier's choices 5, 4, 7 in the 9th in 8 minutes.
Ninth race post parade, Sports Royalty 1, owned by Beth and Wendy McCrae of Belfast. Wendy does the training, Joe Barrio drives. Check your source. Where's number 2? Owned by Giselle Bernard of Bethel, Laurie Hennessy of Charlottetown, trained by Gordy Hennessy, Adam Murner. Geisha's Treasure number 3, owned by Blaze Rogerson of Trackety Cross, trained by Brendan Mullen, Mark Campbell. Cowboy Logic number 4, owned by Morris McCabe, Angus Burt, Eva McPherson, and George Burke. Harold Shepard trains and drives. 5-Star Dragon number 5, owned by Chris Kelly of Calgary, Alberta, trained by Vaughn Doyle, tonight Ryan DeRage. Silver Hill Lightning number 6, Paul Langell catch drives for owner-trainer Stacy Dara, Stratford. J.K.'s Henry, number 7, owned by Alan Smith of Brookfield and Brad Smith of North Wilshire. Brad trains and drives, and Brad's son, Jack, celebrates his 2nd birthday tonight. So it's happy birthday from his mom and dad, Madeline, and grandparents, Alan and Jackie. 5 minutes to 9th race post time. Rocky is back with his top selections in just a moment. But first, a message from Northumberland Ferries.
Once upon a time, the ferry was the only way to visit Prince Edward Island. Some say it still is.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 9th race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, Triactor, win, place, and show. It's a field of 7 in here. Landing on the 3, Geisha's Treasure, 4-year-old bay gelding by State Treasurer for Blaze Rogerson of Trackety Cross. Brendan Mullen is the trainer. Mark Campbell gets the call to drive tonight. Last start was here last Saturday night. Left from 7, finished 5th. Race time 1:57.1. Closed it out in 30-1. Still looking for that first win of 2025. Great spot to work from tonight. Geisha's Treasure with Mark Campbell aboard. Your current choice now at 7-5. There's a look at the 5-star Dragon, 5-year-old bay horse by Custard the Dragon for Chris Kelly of Calgary, Alberta. Von Doyle is the trainer. Ryan Darash gets the call to drive. Saturday night last week from post 6, finished 5th, 156-1, 29 seconds flat on the end of it. Still looking for that first win of the season. Owner Chris Kelly, trainer Von Doyle looking to double up tonight. Right now, a 5-star Dragon at 4-1. And there we see the 4, Cowboy Logic. He's an 8-year-old bay gelding by Western Ideal for Morris McCabe, Angus Burt, Eva McPherson, and George Burke. Harold Shepard is the trainer driver. Started here last Saturday night, left from post 5 in his first start of 2025. He finished 8th, race time 156-2, closed it out in 30-1 for Stephen Shepard. 26 lifetime wins, had 3 of those last year from 15 tries. 154-4 season's best right here at Charlottetown. Cowboy Logic from post 4 with Harold Shepard. Your current choice on the board at 6-5. Let's check out that odds board for tonight's 9th race here in Charlottetown on a Saturday night. Field of 7. Sports Royalty on your screen right now. Jill Barrio aboard at 12-1. Jill looking for win number 3 tonight. Check Your Source leaves 2. Adam Murner to drive at 20-1. Geisha's Treasure 3 and Mark Campbell at 7-5. Cowboy Logic is 4 with Harold Shepard aboard at 6-5. 5-star Dragon 5 for Ryan Darash at 9-2. Silver Hill Lightning is 6 and Paul Angel at 22-1. And the 7 JK's Henry. Brad Smith aboard at 6-1. That's the field for tonight's 9th race. Get in on all the action here tonight. Good luck with your selections. Tonight's 9th race has a field of 7 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back to Vance.
Sports Royalty, Check Your Source, Geisha's Treasure. Cowboy Logic, 5-star Dragon, Silver Hill Lightning, J.K.'s Henry. Top of the stretch. Approaching a start. The rough and pacing Sports Royalty. Cowboy Logic leaving out. Check Your Source third. Fourth into the turn. Geish's Treasure. To get away fifth, it's 5-star Dragon. Sixth one around the turn, Silver Hill Lightning, and the trailer, J.K.'s Henry. They're quarter pole bound, and on the front end, it's Sports Royalty and Burial. Second at the rail, Check Your Source. On the outside, Geish's Treasure moving up third. Fourth on the cones, that is Cowboy Logic. Racing from fifth is 5-star Dragon. Silver Hill Lightning sixth, trailing seventh, J.K.'s Henry. They opened it up in 29 and a 1. Geish's Treasure spent hard, but makes the front now for Mark Campbell. Second is Sports Royalty. Then in third, that's Check Your Source. Fourth coming out of the turn, Cowboy Logic. Racing from fifth is 5-star Dragon. Six on the cone, Silver Hill Lightning. And the trailer, J.K.'s Henry. They're halfway home, led by Geish's Treasure. Sports Royalty races from second. Third into the turn, Check Your Source. 58 and 4 was the half. Racing fourth, Cowboy Logic. On the outside, fifth, 5-star Dragon. At the rail, it's Silver Hill Lightning 6. J.K.'s Henry is seventh. They're going to three quarters, led by Geish's Treasure. Second, that's Sports Royalty. At the rail, Check Your Source. Third, there goes Cowboy Logic. To the outside, fourth, 5-star Dragon on the outside, fifth. Then sixth, Silver Hill Lightning. Seventh, J.K.'s Henry. 1:28 and 3 was the three-quarter time. Eighth of a mile out. Geish's Treasure turning for home. Cowboy Logic on the outside second. Sports Royalty third. Check Your Source fourth. Deep stretch now on the wire next. Geish's Treasure trying to hang on. Cowboy Logic was closing in. Check Your Source was closing in. 1:57.2.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's ninth race and a thrilling finish here. Geish's Treasure goes to the front, 29 and 1, 58 and 4 to the half, 128 and 3. Here's the stretch drive. Great shot by Universal Media. Geish's Treasure and Mark Campbell. At the rail is Sports Royalty. On the outside, that's Cowboy Logic. And on the far outside, another horse come there you can't see on your screen yet, but that's Check Your Source, I do believe, in Adam Murner. Three of them right across the track here, and it's not posted yet, folks. Three of them right across the track here, and it could be the 3, could be the 4. We're going to have to wait to see.
In the win photo, it's 4, Cowboy Logic. Cowboy Logic on his way into the ninth race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Gelding, he's 8th by Western Ideal from the Art Major Dam. Sarah Sue, owned by Morris McCabe. Angus Bird, Eva McPherson, and George Burke, bred by Frederick Hertek. Harold Shepard, training and driving, the mile 157 and 2. Cowboy Logic in the ninth. Now the official results in the ninth race: Sports Royalty fourth, Check Your Source third, Keisha's Treasure was second, Cowboy Logic the race winner, Five Star Dragon fifth, Silver Hill Lightning was sixth, J.K.'s Henry finished seventh, fractions of 29 and 1, 58 and 4, 128 and 3, and the mile in 157 and 2. In review, 432, 1567. Cowboy Logic 670 to win. The exactor 1360, triactor $60, superfecta $23.92.
In the upcoming 10th race, number 5, Mickey Shan is a line to be announced from Summerside Wednesday night, June 25th. Left from post 4, was a winner by 7 in 155 flat, closing quarter 26 and 4. Gary Chappell was the driver. Also in tonight's 10th race, up and coming, the conditions should read non-winners of 12 races.
Now time to check your 50-50 draw tickets. Tonight it's valued at $1,015. The winning number will be Q1759085. Tonight's 50-50 winning number for $1,015, Q1759085. Good luck.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore, Charlottetown on a Saturday night. I'm Rocky Skierman along with Vance Cameron. 9 races in the books. Let's talk about RCS Construction. Red Shores is proud to partner with RCS Construction, a trusted general contractor in Atlantic Canada. For nearly 3 decades, RCS Construction has been delivering high-quality projects in commercial, retail, hospitality, and industrial sectors. RCS is proud to help shape our communities with authentic and reliable construction solutions. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for tonight's 10th race, a field of 7. I'm going with 5, 6, 7. Post time picks at 1, 2, 6. Classifier's choices 6, 7, 1 in tonight's 10th race in 6 minutes.
10th race on the track for Post Freight. Avatar J, number 1, owned by Darren Smith of Rocky Point and Jody Sanderson of Cornwall. Darren is the trainer, driven by Jason Hughes. Early play, number 2, owned by Tommy Collins of Mount Stewart, trained by Jeff Holmes. Brady Sweet drives. 3 is Almanac, owned by Ryan McLaughlin of Cornwall, trained by Jennifer Doyle. David Dowling. Well Said Celeb, number 4, owned by Blair and Carl Hansen, Isaac Skierman, and Shane Essen, trained and driven by Adam Murner. Mickey Shan, number 5, owned by Capsing Racing Stable of New York, Stephen Klunowski and Earl Hill Jr. of Ontario, trained by Chris McKay. Tonight, Mark Campbell. T.H. Boomtown, number 6, owned by Dr. Don Ling and Wayne McDougall of Stratford, trained by Ron Matheson. Gilles Barrio. Bounty Hunter, number 7, owned by Kevin Harvey of Halifax, Nova Scotia, Connor Keogh of Summerside, trained and driven by Kenny Arsenault. 4 minutes to post time. Rocky returns with information on the Red Shores 20th anniversary giveaway.
Thank you, Vance. Red Shores, Charlottetown this year marks the 20th anniversary, and we're celebrating in style. Starting July 3rd, customers who spend $20 or more on casino, racing, or dining right here at Red Shores, Charlottetown will receive a ballot for a chance to win weekly prizes and the grand prize of $20,000 cash. The grand prize draw will take place on Gold Cup and Saucer Night, August the 16th. And there's a look at that very, very close win photo from tonight's 9th race. In the middle, it's Cowboy Logic just by a whisker over the 3 Geishas Treasure. Check Your Source was also there too. Great photo by the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. We're heading out to the track for tonight's 10th race. Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win, Place, and Show. Note the condition change. This is a non-winners of 12 races. And I'm landing on the 5 in here, Mickey Shan. He's a 6-year-old bay horse by Always Be Mickey for Capsing Racing Stable of New York. Stephen Klunowski and Earl Hill Jr. of Ontario. Chris McKay, the trainer. Mark Campbell gets the call to drive tonight. That line to be announced was from Summerside. Wednesday night, June 25th, left from 4. Was a winner by 7 lengths in 155 flat. Closing quarter 26-4. Gary Chappell was in the bike. That was his 4th win of the season, 11th career. Post 5 tonight for Mickey Shan with Mark Campbell, your current choice at 6-5. And there's a look at the 6, T.H. Boomtown, 4-year-old bay gelding by Captain Crunch for Dr. Don Ling and Wayne McDougall of Stratford. Ronnie Matheson trains Gilles Barrio in the bike, looking for win number 3 tonight. Last start last Saturday night, left from 5, finished 3rd. Race timed 1:53-1, closed it out 28 flat. Look at that start, June the 14th, had the rail, finished 5th. Race timed 1:52-4. 28-4 on the end of it. T.H. Boomtown, post 6 with Gilles Barrio, 7-2. And there is a look at the 7, Bounty Hunter, 6-year-old bay gelding by Huntsville for Kevin Harvey and Connor Keogh. Kenny Arsenault's 2 wins away from 1,000 training wins. He's the trainer and the driver, and he's looking for win number 2 tonight. Started here last Saturday night, left from post 2 and finished 2, just beat a length and a quarter. Race timed 1:52-1, closed it out in 28 seconds flat. 1 win this season, 1:55-4. 4 starts back right here at Charlottetown on May the 24th for Kenny Arsenault with a closing quarter of 28 seconds flat. Bounty Hunter on the outside tonight for Mr. Arsenault, 5-1. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 10th race. A good-looking field of 7. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Avatar J, Early Play, Almanac. Well Said Celeb, Mickey Shan. TH, Boomtown. Bounty Hunter, top of the stretch. Tenth race, ready for a start. The rough and pacing Avatar J, the first one out. Second is Early Play. Third into the turn. That's Mickey Shan. To get away fourth, Almanac. Fifth, as they enter the turn, Well Said Celeb. Then sixth is TH Boomtown, and Bounty Hunter trails seventh. On the backstretch for time one, Avatar J and the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes out in front. That's Mickey Shan, and Campbell's going to right line him early, and he's on to take over the lead as they arrive at the quarter. Mickey Shan now clear. Second is Avatar J. Early Play around the turn third. Fourth, that's Almanac. Racing from fifth, Well Said Celeb. Then TH Boomtown and Bounty Hunter, 29 and 4 was the opening quarter. Not stressful at all. Down the stretch for time one. Led to the half mile by Mickey Shan. Avatar J is second. Early Play third. Almanac fourth. Moving up fifth on the outside is TH Boomtown. Well Said Celeb in sixth. Bounty Hunter sees them all from seventh. They arrived at the half mile in 58 and 2. Onward they go to 5/8. It's Mickey Shan by 2 on Avatar J. Early Play is gapping in third. Moving out fourth, Almanac. Fifth at the rail, Well Said Celeb. TH Boomtown on the outside 6. And the trailer, that is Bounty Hunter. They arrive at 3/4, and they're picking them up, and they're putting them down now. Mickey Shan by 2. Second is Avatar J. Early Play third, 1:26 and 1, 27 and 4, third quarter, homeward bound. Mickey Shan on the lead. Avatar J, Early Play. Mickey Shan, a going away winner, in line to Mark Campbell. Second is Avatar J. Early Play is third. They stopped the clock in 1:52.4, closing it out 26:30.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 10th race. Mark Campbell popped out of the two-hole after that 29 and 4 staggering opener. Gets to the front, the half in 58 and 2, down to 3/4 in 1:26 and 1. And here is the stretch drive. Mickey Shan driving away from them here, 2 in a row. 1:52 and 4 last quarter in 26 and 3. Wow. What an effort here tonight for this horse. That's 2 wins this week for Mickey Shan. Mark Campbell in the bike for the win. Up for second is the 1, Avatar J. Early Play third, so it's 5-1-2. Unofficially in the 10th, we'll see Mickey Shan and Mark Campbell in the winner's circle next.
Well, he was real good Wednesday night in Summerside, And he was better than that tonight in Charlottetown. There's Mickey Shan in the 10th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Stallion E6 by Always Be Mickey from the Dream Away Dam, Yankee Dream. Owned by Cap Singer Racing Stable of New York, Stephen Klunowski, and Earl Hill Jr. of Ontario, trained by Chris McKay. Mark Campbell in the driver's seat, 152 and 4 with that closing quarter of 26 and 3. Mickey Shan in the 10th. Here's the official results from the 10th race. Avatar J was second. Early Play third. Almanac finished sixth. Well Said Celeb fourth. Mickey Shan, the race winner. T.H. Boomtown was seventh. Bounty Hunter finished fifth. 29 and 4. 58 and 2. 126 and a 1. The mile in a 152 and 4. From the top, your program reads 236. 4175. Mickey Shan 210. Exactor 550. Triactor 2110. Superfecta 2745.
The McDonald family is pleased to present the Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial in memory of their parents. The Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial is scheduled for Saturday, August 2nd, right here at Red Shore, Charlottetown. Following the race, the McDonald family will present a cooler and trophy to the winning horse and owner. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for tonight's 11th race, a field of 8 in here. I'm going with the 7-1-2. Post time picks at 1-2-4. Classifier's choices 1-7-2 in the 11th race in 7 minutes.
Burnout Hanover leading the 11th race on parade, owned by the Orwell Bay Stable of Orwell. Trained by Jeff Holmes, Brady Sweet drives. Rose Run X-Con number 2, owned by JD Racing Incorporated of Cornwall. Trained by Nick Oakes, Gilles Barrio. Spectrum Sealster number 3, owned by Max Webster Stable of Inverness, Nova Scotia. Trained by Jennifer Doyle, David Dowling. Sunny Black number 4, owned by Perry Burke of Gros Isle, Quebec. Trained by Trevor Hicken, Miles Heffernan Sr. Western Delight number 5, owned by Colin Murphy of Albany and Luke Burke from Donaldson. Luke does the training, Kenny Murphy driving. Evil Vintage 6, owned by Sandra Stead of Montague, trained and driven by Corey McPherson. One Wicked Man 7, Kenny Arsenault training and driving for owner James Perot, Stratford. Dusty Lane Zorro number 8, owned by Alexis Gass of Cornwall, trained by Ronnie Gass, Donnie McNeil drives. 4 minutes to post time. Gold Cup and Saucer Grandstand seats go on sale Wednesday, July 2nd. Rocky has all the details coming up next.
That's right, fans. Tickets are $65 each and includes a race program, food service in the 1888 Lounge, wagering voucher, and prize draws. To purchase tickets, call the Eastlink Center box office at 902-629-6625 or visit eastlinkcenterpei.com. Price does not include admission to the grounds. And we have a winner in the on-track pick 5 tonight, Alan Walker. Congratulations. You can meet Chelsea at the rewards desk to pick up your prize. Heading out to the track now for tonight's 11th race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show wagering. Landing on the 7 in here, One Wicket Man, 3-year-old bay colt by Mick Wicket. For James Perot of Stratford, Kenny Arsenault is the trainer driver. Last start was last Saturday night here from post 3. He was a wire-to-wire winner in 155 flat, closing it out in 27-2. Second win of the season. 153-2, new record taken at Truro Raceway on May the 15th in the Turner from the rail, wire to wire, closing quarter 27-3 that night. So One Wicket Man's a long way out, but I think Kenny Arsenault can get him there tonight from post 7 right now, 2-1. There is a look at the rail sitter in here. That's Burnout Hanover, 10-year-old bay gelding by Well Said for the Orwell Bay Stable of Orwell. Jeff Holmes is the trainer with Brady Sweet in the driver's seat. Last start was last Saturday night here. Left from 4, cut it all out, finished 4th, just beat a length and a quarter. 154-3 his mile, closing it out in 29-1. He's still looking for that first win of 2025. It's Burnout Hanover with Brady Sweet at 5-1. And there's a look at the 2, Rose Run X-Con, 6-year-old bay gelding by McCardle. For JD Racing Incorporated of Cornwall, Nick Oakes is the trainer. Gilles Barrio gets the call to drive tonight. Last start was last Saturday night here in Charlottetown. Left from 7, finished 7. Race timed 155-1, closing it out in 28-3 for Norris Rogers. He has a win this season, 159-2 at Yonkers Raceway. It's Rose Run X-Con from post 2. Gilles Barrio looks to triple up at 9-5. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's 11th race. Good looking field in here. Field of 8. Burnout Hanover on the rail. Brady Sweet at 6-1. Rose Run X-Con 2. Gilles Barrio at 2-1. Spectrum Sealster is the 3 for David Dowling. They're 4-1. Sunny Black the 4 for Miles Heffernan. Right now they're at 5-1 on your screen right now. Miles Heffernan Sr. The 5, Western Delight in. with Kenny Murphy aboard at 17-1. 6 is Evil Vintage and Corey McPherson at 21-1. One Wicked Man and Kenny Arsenault is 7 at 9-5. And the 8 Dusty Lane Zorro and Donnie McNeil 17-1. That's a look at the field for tonight's 11th race. Good luck with your selections. And just a friendly reminder for race fans, the Red Shore Summerside Future Stars of Racing is tomorrow, June 29th, beginning at 11:30 a.m. All the action will be carried live at Redshores.ca. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 11th race, a field of 8. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Burnout Hanover, Rose Run X-Con, Spectrum Sealster, Sunny Black, Western Delight, Evil Vintage, One Wicked Man, Dusty Lane Zorro, top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. The rough and pacing Spectrum Sealster, Rose Run X-Con, and on the rail, Burnout Hanover stacking them up. Way wide into the turn, Evil Vintage fourth. To get away fifth, Sunny Black. Then the sixth one, Western Delight. Seventh is One Wicked Man. The trailer, Dusty Lane Zorro. They're in straight alignment real early in here. Full field of 8 up the backstretch. Burnout Hanover. And Brady Sweeter, quarter pole leading. Second is Rose Run X-Con. Spectrum Sealster got away third. Sunny Black goes fourth. Then in fifth on the cones as they race round the turn. Check fourth, Evil Vintage. Then Sunny Black is fifth. They went 28 and 1 to the opening quarter. 6-1 coming out of the turn. That's Western Delight. Seventh is One Wicked Man. And Dusty Lane Zorro, the trailer, arriving at the opening half mile next. And Burnout Hanover getting them halfway home. Rose Run X-Con, the 2-hole ride, a racing third. Spectrum Sealster, fourth. That's Evil Vintage. There goes Sunny Black, underway to the outside fifth. 57 and 3 1/2. Racing from 6th set is Western Delight. One Wicked Man is seventh and still trailing. Dusty Lanes, oh, they're on their way to three-quarters. Burnout Hanover, the leader. Sonny Black is driving on the outside. Now second. Third up the rail, Rose Run Exton. Fourth, that is Spectrum Sailster. Three-quarters completed, 1:27 flat. Burnout Hanover along the rail, the leader. Sonny Black, the challenger. Rose Run X-Con in the pocket, third, and they're homeward bound now. Burnout Hanover leading Sonny Black. Rose Run X-Con in the passing lane. Deep stretch now. Sonny Black and Miles Heffernan. Rose Run X-Con second, Spectrum Sealster third. Time for this mile, 1:54 and 4.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 11th race. Burnout Hanover goes to the front, 28-1, 57-3, 127 to three-quarters. And here is the stretch drive with a cavalry charge of horses coming down the stretch. You see Rose Run X-Con dip into the passing lane. Burnout Hanover is still there. Evil Vintage down along the inside. Sonny Black, you'll see his snout in the middle. They're coming down the stretch here. They're battling to the wire. But Sonny Black and Miles Heffernan Sr. is going to get on the line first here tonight in 1:54 and 4. That's a season's best and his 9th career win, second of the season for Sonny Black. In for second, Rose Run X-Con. He raced well tonight. In for third is Spectrum Sealster. So it's 4-2-3 unofficially in the 11th. We'll see Sonny Black and Miles Heffernan Sr. in the winner's circle next.
Sonny Black goes to the 11th race winner's circle by pacing gelding 5 by Rockin' Image off the Some Beach Somewhere Dam. Balinska Hanover, owned by Perry Burke of Grossau, Quebec. Bred by Lindar Stables from Middlebury, Indiana. Trained by Trevor Hicken. Miles Heffernan Sr. drives him to victory. And the trip was 1:54 and 4. Sonny Black in the 11th. Here's the official results from the 11th race. Burnout Hanover 4th. Rose Run Excon was 2nd. Spectrum Sealster 3rd. Sunny Black, the race winner. Western Delight was 7th. Evil Vintage finished 6th. One Wicked Man was 5th. Dusty Lane Zorro was 8th. Fractions of 28 and 1, 57 and 3, 127, and the mile 150, 4 and 4. In review, 423, 176, 58. Sunny Black, 1260 to win. Exactor 3010. Triactor 142.70. Superfecta 33.98. And the winners tonight from the PEI Standardbred Horse Owners Association, Ryan DeRoche picks up the Rods winner, and Kenny McDonald, he wins the fee. Congratulations.
Could Chelsea Affleck come to the broadcast desk, please? Chelsea Affleck to the broadcast desk. Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore, Charlottetown on a Saturday night. 11 races in the books. Let's talk about the Red Shores Late Pick 4. Red Shores Racing is excited to offer a new Pick 4 as part of the 2025 wagering menu. The Late Pick 4 will be on the last 4 races of every card at Red Shore, Charlottetown, and Summerside, and features the $1,000 guaranteed pool with the low 15% takeout. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for tonight's 12th race. I like a 328 in here. Post time picks 238. Classifiers choices 235 in the 12th in 6 minutes.
On the 12th race post parade, Keeper Floored is number 1, owned by Wendy McRae of Belfast, Chris McRae of Darlington, trained by Roger McRae, Mark Campbell. Tradition number 2, owned by Giselle Bernard of Bethel, Laurie Hennessy of Charlottetown, trained by Gordy Hennessy, driven by Adam Murner. J.K. Last Chance number 3, on Madame McIsaac of Charlottetown, Kenny Arsenault trains and drives. 4, Weimar Jimbo is scratched. 5 is Moonrider, owned by Debbie Element from Barquois, Quebec. Keith Ford trains and drives. Brookdale Ollie 6, owned by Gary Ford of Stratford, and Melinda Stead of Wheatley River, trained by Vaughn Doyle, David Dowling. Elroy Shiner 7, owned by Frank Sweet of Knutsford, trained by Jeff Holmes, Brady Sweet. Impeccable Shadow number 8, owned by Dale and Ronnie Rennie Incorporated and Melissa Rennie. Paul Angel trains and drives. 4 minutes to post time for free race programs, top picks, race replays, post positions, and winning favorites. Visit the Red Shores Player Portal.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 12th race. The scratch of the 4, Weimar Jimbo. There is my top selection. That's the 3, J.K. Last Chance. He's the class dropper in here. 8-year-old Big Yelling by So Surreal for Daniel McIsaac of Charlottetown. Kenny Arsenault, the trainer and the driver. Kenny's looking for a second win tonight. Last start was here last Saturday night. Left from 7, finished 7, 155 and 2. Closed it out in 29 and 4. If you look down to the start, May 24th here, though, from post 6, finished third, just being a length and 3/4, 153 and 4, 28 and 2 on the end of it. JK Last Chance from post 3 tonight with Kenny Arsenault, 7-5. There's a look at the 2, Tradition. 7-year-old Big Gelding by Always Be Mickey for Giselle Bernard of Bethel, Laurie Hennessy of Charlottetown, Gordy Hennessy, the trainer. Adam Murner is in the bike tonight looking for his second win. Last start last Saturday night here from post 6, finished second, just beat a length. Race timed 154 and 3, 28 and 3 on the end of it. 7 wins last season, took a record of 153 and 3 right here at Charlottetown, and he's looking for the first win of 2025. It's Tradition with Adam Murner, 3-1. And there's a look at the 8, Impeccable Shadow. He's a 5-year-old black gelding by Shadow Play for Dale and Ronnie Rennie Incorporated and Melissa Rennie. Paul Angel is the trainer driver. Started here last Saturday night from post 5, finished third. Race timed 154 and 1 with a closing quarter of 27 and 4. Third start of the season. Looking for his first win. It's Impeccable Shadow from post 8 with Paul Angel, 5-1. With the call to post, let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's 12th race with Keeper Floored on the rail with Mark Campbell at 5-1. Tradition 2 and Adam Murner at 9-5. JK Last Chance 3 and Kenny Arsenault also at 9-5. The 4 is scratched. Moonrider leaves 5 with Keith Ford at 8-1. Brookdale Ollie 6 and David Dowling at 27-1. The 7 Elroy Shawner with Brady Sweet at 7-1. And Impeccable Shadow. He's a long way out tonight, but I think he could be part of this with Paul Angel aboard at 3-1. That's the field for tonight's 12th race. Good luck with your plays. Shout out tonight to Ellen Clements and Don McNeil watching out west. Hope you're enjoying all the action here tonight as the 12th race, scratched down to a field of 7, lines up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Keeper Floor, Tradition, J.K. Last Chance, Moonrider, Brookdale Ollie, Elroy, Shiner, Impeccable Shadow. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing. J.K. Last Chance leaving out. Elroy Shiner from the 7 post into the turn to take the lead. Second, that's J.K. Last Chance. Then around the turn and racing from third, Tradition. Fourth is Keeper Floored. Moonrider fifth. Sixth, that is Brookdale Aldi, and the trailer is Impeccable Shadow along the backstretch for the first time, approaching the quarter mile. Elroy Shiner and Brady Sweet, who love the front end. Their quarter pole leading tonight. Racing second is J.K. Last Chance. Then third, that is Tradition. Racing from fourth, Keeper Floored, 28 and 3 the opening quarter. On the turn and racing from fifth is Moonrider. Sixth along the inside, that is Brookdale Ollie, followed by the trailer, who is Impeccable Shadow. Straight alignment in front of us for the first time around. That'll get them halfway home, led by Elroy Shiner. Getting the 2-hole ride, J.K. Last Chance third. That is Tradition, 58 and 1.5. Racing from fourth is Keeper Floored. Moonrider fifth. Underway in the outside 6. That's Impeccable Shadow. Trailing the field and going to the outside, Brookdale Ollie up the backstretch for time 2. Going to 3/4, Elroy Shiner. Out of the 2-hole comes J.K. Last Chance. Third at the rail, Tradition. Up fourth on the outside, Impeccable Shadow is there. 3/4 in 1, 27 and 2. Elroy Shiner still there with an 8 left to go. Tradition is second. J.K. Last Chance stall third. Impeccable Shadow fourth. Brookdale Ollie up the rail. Deep stretch now. Elroy Shiner almost there. Tradition on the outside. It's going to be close. Elroy Shiner and Tradition in the win picture and closing in on them. That was Impeccable Shadow. 1:55.3.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 12th race. And right from the 7-hole, Elroy Shiner goes to the front, 28-3, 58 and 1, down to 3/4 in 127 and 2. Here is the stretch drive. Tradition on the outside, Elroy Shiner on the inside. To the inside of them is Brookdale Ollie, in the far outside, Impeccable Shadow. And on the line, it is the 2, Tradition, to win it. Elroy Shiner did all the work. Is second. Up for third is the 8, Impeccable Shadow. 278 unofficially in the 12th. We will see Tradition and Adam Murner in the winner's circle next.
Here comes Tradition to the 12th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Gelding, he's 7 by Always Be Mickey. From the Real Artist M. Entertainment, owned by Giselle Bernard of Bethel and Laurie Hennessy of Charlottetown, bred by the Diamond Creek Farm. Trained by Gordy Hennessy, driven to victory by Adam Murner. The miles in 1:55 and 3. Tradition in the 12th. Now the official results from the 12th race. Keeper Floored, 7th. Tradition, the race winner. J.K. Last Chance, 5th. Weimar Jimbo was scratched. Moonrider finished 6th. Brookdale Ollie was 4th. Elroy Shiner, 2nd. Impeccable Shadow, 3rd. 28 and 3. 58 and 1. 127 and 2. And the mile 155 and 3. In review, 715. Scratch 6423. Tradition paid $450. The exactor 41.50. Triactor 216.20. Superfecta 95.99.
The 2025 Atlantic Classic sale is scheduled for Friday, October the 10th at the Crappo Exhibition Grounds starting at 11:30 a.m. Join us on October the 9th from 3 till 7 p.m. at the Exhibition Grounds for a yearling preview. Visit Atlantic-Classic.com for sale preview, online sale catalog, pedigree links, and sale results. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for tonight's 13th race. Note the driver change, number 3, Big Bad Bruiser. The driver is Adam Murner. I'm going 197. Post time picks 192. Classifier's choices 917 in the 13th race in 8 minutes. A great shot at the Atlantic post calls paddock cam as the field comes out of the paddock for tonight's 13th. $50-50 wasn't claimed yet. Q 175-9085, $1,015 to the winner. Good luck.
13th race on the track for Parade. Nolan's Magic Sway, number 1, owned by Dale and Ronnie Rennie Incorporated, and Melissa Rennie. Paul Angel trains and drives. Just Call Me Doc, number 2, owned by Douglas and David Neal, Keith Ford and Ben Matheson. Keith trains and drives. Big Bad Bruiser, number 3, is owned and trained by Neil Bamberg of Charlottetown. Note the driver change to Adam Murner. Adam Murner on 3, Big Bad Bruiser. Leaving Bruises 4 is owned by Basil Hunter and Douglas Molyneux Stratford. Basil does the training. Brady Sweetup. Winsong Quincy 5, owned by Thane and Jack Arsenault. Deborah Wilson and Edward Blaisdell, trained by Thane Arsenault. Miles Heffernan. The Big Chase, number 6, owned by Ian and Kenneth McKinnon and Sonny McDougall. Trained by Luke Burke, Corey McPherson. Here comes Emmett 7, owned and trained by Melvin Gamester of Hunter River, Gilles Barrio. Bankroll wears number 8, owned by Brendan Mullen, Dean Lewis, April McCormick, and Kenneth Fisher. Trained by Brendan Mullen, Mark Campbell. ABC is number 9, owned by Dura Burho, Charlottetown. Trained by Cliff Murphy, Kenny Murphy drives. 5 minutes to post time. Thank you to Donnie McCrae and McCrae's Backhoe and Trucking, title sponsor of the 2025 Atlantic Sire Stakes.
And for race dates and information, visit AtlanticSireStakes.ca. And there's that win photo from tonight's 12th race. Tradition. A nose over the 7 Elroy Shiner. Great photo by the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Let's head out to the track for tonight's 13th race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show wagering, landing on the rail sitter, Nolan's Magic Shui. 6-year-old bay gelding by Peng Shui for Dale and Ronnie Rennie Incorporated and Melissa Rennie. Paul Angel is the trainer driver. This horse dropping down in class a little bit. Last start was last Saturday night here. Left from 3, finished 5th. Race timed 1:55 flat. Closed it out in 28 and 3. 7 wins last season from 31 tries, over $17,000 in the bank, and a record of 155 and 2 right here at Charlottetown. On the rail tonight, Nolan's Magic Shui and Paul Angel, 5-2. There we see the 9 ABC. 5-year-old brown gelding by Check 6 for Dura Burho of Charlottetown. Clifford Murphy, the trainer. Kenny Murphy in the driver's seat tonight. Last start was June the 14th here. Left from 6 and finished 6. Race timed 1:56 and 4. Closing it out in 28 and 2. Looking for his first win of the season. ABC in the back tier with Mr. Murphy. 3-1. And there's the 7. Here comes Emmett, 7-year-old bay gelding by Malicious for Melvin Gamester of Hunter River, who's also the trainer. Gilles Barrio's in the bike, looking for win number 3 tonight. Last start, last Saturday night here. Left from 4, finished 3rd, just beat a length. Race timed 1:55 and 3 with a closing quarter of 29 and 2. 4 wins last season. Took a record of 1:57 and 4 up in Summerside. 7 wins career. He's looking for the first one of the season. It's Here Comes Emmett with Gilles Barrio, 4-1. Here's the call to post for tonight's 13th race. Let's have a look at the odds board. Nolan's Magic Sway, Paul Angel at 1-2. Just Call Me Doc 2 and Keith Ford at 8-1. Big Bad Bruiser, driver change to Adam Murner 12-1. The 4, Leaving Bruises and Brady Sweet at 33-1. Winsong Quincy 5 and Miles Heffernan Sr. at 39-1. The 6, The Big Chase and Corey McPherson at 20-1. Here Comes Emmett is the 7 and Jill Berrio at 9-1. Bankroll 8 for Mark Campbell at 17-1. And the 9, ABC, Kenny Murphy at 3-1. That's a look at the field for tonight's 13th race. Good luck with your selections. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 13th race, a field of 9 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Nolan's Magic Sway, Just Call Me Doc, Big Bad Bruiser, Leaving Bruises, Winsong Quincy, The Big Chase, Here Comes Emmett, Bankroll, we got a trailer. This time around, that's A, B, C. Here they come. Off and pacing along the rail, Nolan's Magic Sway will lead them out. Going with him between horses, Leaving Bruises, then Winsong Quincy third, ABC, followed through fourth, between horses fifth, Just Call Me Doc, out there 3 wide. That is Here Comes Emmett 6. 7th towards the inside, Big Bad Bruiser. The 8th one here in the early going is The Big Chase, and the trailer 9th is Bankroll. Over to the opening quarter. Leaving Bruises had the lead, but it was short-lived. Here's Nolan's Magic Sway, the heavy favorite. Back on the engine for Paul Angel. Leaving Bruises second, Winsong Quincy third, ABC. Rounding the turn fourth. Then in fifth, Just Call Me Doc. Big Bad Bruiser sixth. Here Comes Emmett seventh. 8th, The Big Chase, and 9th, that is Bankroll, and down the stretch they come, off at 29 2/4. They're arriving at the opening half-mile next, and it's Nolan's Magic Sway, the leader. Leaving Bruises, here comes ABC, first up on the outside third, following the cover on the outside fourth, Just Call Me Doc. Winsong Quincy at the rail fifth, just 59 seconds flat for a half mile. Rounding the turn 6 is Big Bad Bruiser. Bankroll has moved up 7th. Then a racing 8th. Here comes Emmett. Now 9th. That is The Big Chase. Halfway up the back stretch for the second and final time. The leader at 3/4. Nolan's Magic Sway. ABC grinding away. First up. In at the rail, Leaving Bruises. Winsong Quincy retakes 4th. Just Call Me Doc has stalled 5th. 3/4 in 1:28 3. Just an 1/8 of a mile left to go. Nolan's Magic Sway. Leaving Bruises coming to the outside. Up the rail, the long shot. Winsong Quincy deep in the stretch now. Here's Nolan's Magic Sway to double up Paul Angel. Leaving Bruises second. Winsong Quincy third. Time for the mile, 1:57 and a 1.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 13th race. Nolan's Magic Shui popped out of the 2-hole, going to the quarter, gets to the front, 29 and 2, the half up in 59 seconds flat, down to 3/4 in 1:28 and 2. And here is the stretch drive off the rail tonight. I figured this horse would be good, and he does go coast to coast in 1:57 and 1, close to coast, I guess you could say. For the win, that's his 11th career, first one of the season. Paul Angel in the bike for the winning drive tonight. That's his second win of the night. In for second, the 4 Leavin' Bruises, Winsong Quincy third. 1-4-5 unofficially in the 13th. We're going to see Nolan's Magic Shui and Paul Angel in the winner's circle next.
Nolan's Magic Shui arriving at the 13th race winner's circle by pacing gelding 6 by Peng Shui off the Largo Dam Meridian Magic. Dale and Ronnie Rennie Incorporated and Melissa Rennie. Bred by Barry and Reuben Martin of Nova Scotia. Paul Angel has the training and driving double tonight. The mile 157 and 1. Nolan's Magic Shui in the 13th. Here's the official results from the 13th. Nolan's Magic Shui, the race winner. Just Call Me Doc was 8th. Big Bad Bruiser 4th. Leavin' Bruises finished 2nd. Winsong Quincy 3rd. The Big Chase was 9th. Here Comes Emmett finished 6th. Bankroll was 7th. ABC 5th, 29 and 2, 59. 128 and 3, and the mile in 157 and 1. In review, 184, 239, 675. Nolan's Magic Shui paid $280 to win. The exactor was $1580. Triactor $341.40. Superfecta carryover.
Join us in O'Brien's Social Bar and Kitchen, located on the lower level of Red Shore, Charlottetown, and now featuring new lunch and dinner menus. Backed by popular demand is the daily special and fan favorites, steak sandwich, hot hamburger, and Southwest chicken wrap. Visit Redshores.ca for more information. And there's a great shot of the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. Our selections on the screen. Vance and I are coming up shortly with the Vance Cam, presented by Results Advertising and Marketing for the 14th race. I like a 4-2-3. Post time picks 4-3-2, and the classifier's choice is 4-2-6 in the featured 14th in 7 minutes.
All bets on Tex will lead the 14th race. Preferred Pacers on parade. Owned by Kent Livingston, Blair McLaughlin, and Mark Gallant. Adam Werner trains and drives. Odds on Capitalism, number 2, owned by Equerries McGuire Incorporated. Daniel Goodrow from Quebec. Trained by Chris McKay, Mark Campbell. Island Beach Boy 3, owned by Ian Smith of Stratford and Arnold Hagen of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia. Trained by Adam Murner. Jason Hughes drives. Twinbee Tough Enough, number 4, owned by Patrick Morris of Charlottetown. Trained by Ron Matheson, Jill Barrio. Middleton Terror, number 5, owned by Kingsley Walsh of Albany and Frank Balcom of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Trained by Jennifer Doyle, driven by David Dowling. High Voltage Deo 6, owned by Albie Kern and the High Voltage Deo Group, trained by Brendan Kern, Corey McPherson up. Jackie's Boy, number 7, owned and trained by Miles Heffernan Jr. of Somerville. Miles Heffernan Sr. will do the driving. 5 minutes to post time. Rocky, you and I are going to come up with our selections here in the Saturday night preferred here in Charlottetown. And again, we thank Results Marketing and Advertising for their presentation of the Vance Cam and Rock the Governor's Plate. What is it, 3 weeks away? And we're setting up for maybe the greatest field ever assembled for the plate up home in Summerside. They've been just fantastic, the preferred horses here in Charlottetown. I'm going to go to 2. Odds on Capitalism. Picks up Mark Campbell. Had a good effort his first time around here in Charlottetown, pacing in 51-4. Going to go to the 4, the veteran Twinbee Tough Enough for the deuce. Island Beach Boy is racing extremely well out of the Murner barn. Jason Hughes gets along with him real well with a pair of deuces his last 2 outings. I got him in for 3rd. For super effective players, I'm on the 7, Jackie's Boy. It's 2-4-3-7 here in the 14th. Rocky, your choices.
Well, I like the 4 horse in here, Twinbee Tough Enough. The old veteran paced in 151 flat his last start. Last Saturday night closed it out in 27-2, so I'm putting him on top of my ticket in here. For second, the 2, Odds on Capitalism with Mark Campbell. For third, Island Beach Boy, the 3. And to round out my superfecta ticket, I'll put the 6 in there, High Voltage Deo. Big win from him last week, 152 flat. So 4-2-3-6. Vance going 2-4-3-7. Good luck with your selections here in the feature, race 14. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 14th race feature. A field of 7. Good looking bunch in here, Vance. Up to you for the call.
Every Saturday night here in Charlottetown, Rocky, you're going to get the very best on the East Coast. All bets on Tex, odds on capitalism. Island Beach Boy, Twin B Tough Enough, Middleton Terror, High Voltage Dale, Jackie's Boy on the Outside. It's the Saturday night preferred post time. Up and facing Island Beach Boy firing out. Odds on capitalism towards the rail. That's all bets on tax. Then the fourth one to go to the turn is Twin B Tough Enough. Away fifth, Middleton Terror. Followed then by High Voltage Dale. And the trailer is Jackie's Boy. On the back stretch for the first time. Here comes Odds on Capitalism to engage the leader, Island Beach Boy, and they're sitting up here in the preferred. Over to the opening quarter mile. Odds on Capitalism cleared the lead for Mark Campbell, and he opened it up. Boom! Just like that. 27 seconds flat off the turn in straight alignment. They're chasing Odds on Capitalism towards half mile. Island Beach Boys second, all bets on Tex third. Then in mid-pack fourth, Twin B Tough Enough. Racing from fifth, that is Middleton Terror. There goes High Voltage Dale to the outside from sixth, trailing the field. That is Jackie's Boy seventh. 55 flat was the opening half mile. Odds on Capitalism taking them on by the 5/8. Second, Island Beach Boy. High Voltage Dale picking them off here. Going on to race with the leader going to three quarters. Here is High Voltage Dale to take over. Odds on Capitalism is second. Twin B Tough Enough now third on the outside. Fourth up the rail. Island Beach Boy 124 flat. Down at three quarters, High Voltage Dale looking to upset them in the preferred. Twin B Tough Enough in at the rail. Odds on Capitalism. Deep stretch now. High Voltage Dale's a going away winner for Corey McPherson. Second is Twin B Tough Enough. All bets on Tex got up for third. 151-4.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 14th race feature. And Mark Campbell gets to the front with Odds on Capitalism, 27 flat. The half up in 55 flat. Going to the 5/8. High Voltage Deo moved out, going to three quarters in 124. He goes right around them and opens up here on a cool night in Charlottetown to win in 151-4. That's an amazing mile here tonight. In for second is the 4, Twin B Tough Enough. All bets on Tex is third, 6-4-1 unofficially. In the feature, we're going to see High Voltage Deo and Corey McPherson. Corey doubles up tonight in the bike. They're going to the winner's circle next.
This horse made it look easy tonight, coming from off the pace to being a going-away winner in the preferred. Speaking of high voltage, Deo. Bay pacing gelding 5 by Sweet Lou. Off the I Am a Fool Dam Electric Fool. Owned by Albie Curran and the high voltage Deo group. Bred by Dale Belanti Farms. Trained by Brendan Curran. Corey McPherson, second winner for the double. And an excellent trip it was of a 151 and 4. High voltage Deo in the Saturday night feature at Charlottetown. Now the official results from the 14th race. All bets on Tax third. Odds on Capitalism sixth. Island Beach Boy fourth. Twinbee Tough Enough was second. Middleton Terror fifth. High Voltage Dale, the race winner. Jackie's Boy was seventh. They went 27. 55. 124. The mile in 150. 1 and 4. In review 364. 25. 17. High Voltage Dale paid $39.30 to win. Exactor 127.60. Triactor 669.30. Superfecta 240.33.
Just a friendly reminder for race fans that Red Shore Summerside Future Stars of Racing is tomorrow, June 29th, beginning at 11:30 a.m. All the action will be carried live at Redshores.ca. Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Charlottetown on a Saturday night. 14 races in the books, just one left to go. Let's talk about the Super High Five, the early and late Super High Five. Red Shores Racing features an early and late Super High Five as part of the 2025 wagering menu. The Super High Five is offered on race 5 and the last race of the program. With the low 15% takeout, customers can play the Super High Five at Red Shore Charlottetown and Summerside. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for tonight's finale. I'm going to go with a 198 in here. Post time picks goes 128. Classifiers choices 189 in the finale in 7 minutes.
15th race on Post Parade. The Sports Desk wears number 1 over Jack Keenan of Stratford and Joseph Dahl from Burlington, Ontario. Trained by Ron Matheson, Joe Barrio drives. 2 Melody's Magic on by Sandra Stead of Montague, trained and driven by Corey McPherson. Solid Silver 3 on by Donald Beaton of Port Hood, Nova Scotia, trained by Stacy Dara, Ryan DeRage. Shake Me Up Hanover 4. Colin Shepard of Brackley is the owner and the driver. Morgan Shepard trains. Pendleton Rodeo the 5 on by Tyler Burke of Ottawa, Ontario. Robin and Ava Burke of Brackley. Adam Murner training and driving. Stony Curtis 6 on by James and Jared Perot of Stratford. Jared's the trainer. Kenny Murphy. Macho Phil 7 on by Ali Campbell of Charlottetown, trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell aboard. Bet 'em Alive number 8 on by Jeff Lilly and Blair McLaughlin of Charlottetown. Jeff does the training, driven by Jason Hughes. I'm Hungry 9 owned by Chantel Langell of Lower Onslow and Schooner 2 Stable of Truro, Nova Scotia. Paul Langell trains and drives. 4 minutes to post time. Our next card of live racing comes up on Canada Day at Red Shores, Summerside. Post time at 1 p.m. Rocky has his Super High 5 ticket to wrap up this Saturday night.
There's a look at our Super High 5 tickets on your screen. Vance and I both going with the rail sitter in here, the Sports Desk. For second, I like the 9, I'm Hungry. For third, I'll go with the 8, Bet 'em Alive. For fourth, the 4, Shake Me Up Hanover. Shake Me Up Hanover has a line to be announced from Wednesday night in Summerside, June 25th. Left from 5, finished 2, just beat half a length, 158-1, closed it out 29-3. For fifth, I'll round it out with the 2, Melody's Magic. So I'm going 19842. Vance likes 18524. Good luck and get in on the Super High 5. Let's have a look at the odds board for the 15th race finale. The Sports Desk and Jill Barrio on the rail at 8-5. Melody's Magic 2 with Corey McPherson at 4-1. Solid Silver 3 with Ryan DeRoche at 18-1. The 4, Shake Me Up Hanover and Colin Shepard at 23-1. Pendleton Rodeo leaves 5 and Adam Murner at 4-1. The 6 is Stony Curtis and Kenny Murphy at 31-1. Macho Phil is 7 for Mark Campbell at 9-1. Bet 'em Alive, 8 for Jason Hughes at 3-1. And the 9, I'm Hungry, Paul Angel aboard at 5-1. That's a look at the field for the 15th race finale. Good luck with your selections. countdown clock is in for tonight's 15th race finale. A field of 9 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Vance, a great card of racing. Up to you for the call.
And you mentioned it early, Rock, too. It's a cool night on this Saturday here in Charlottetown. We're going to wrap it up with the Super High Five. The Sports Dash, Melanie's Magic, Solid Silver. Shake Me Up Hanover, Pendleton Rodeo, Stony Curtis. Macho Phil, Bet 'em Alive. The Trailer, I'm Hungry. Super High Five, Post Time. Up and pacing, Pendleton Rodeo is firing out. The Sports Desk along the rail, second, third one to the turn. Melanie's Magic out there, 3 wide, fourth, Macho Phil between horses, and racing from fifth, Shake Me Up Hanover. Sixth is Solid Silver. Then in seventh, Stony Curtis. On the outside in eighth, Bet 'em Alive, and the trailer ninth, I'm Hungry, rolling along as they go to the quarter. Pendleton Rodeo was the leader. Here's the Sports Desk to take it away for Barrio, 28 seconds flat the quarter mile. Now on the point, the Sports Desk by 3. Pendleton Rodeo is second. Macho Phil, he dropped in third, racing from fourth. That is Melanie's Magic. Then the fifth one is Shake Me Up Hanover, followed by Solid Silver. Then it's Stony Curtis to the outside from eighth. That is Bet 'em Alive, and I'm Hungry is ninth. They're halfway home in the nightcap, led by the Sports Desk. 56-2 was the halfway home time. They're arriving at 5/8. The Sports Desk, the leader. Pendleton Rodeo vacating the 2-hole up the challenge. Third towards the rail, Macho Phil. Fourth on the outside, Shake Me Up Hanover. Fifth at the rail, Melanie's Magic. On the outside and racing sixth, Bet 'em Alive. They're by 3/4. Pendleton Rodeo and Murder take over late. 1:26-1 to 3/4 with an eighth of a mile left to go. Pendleton Rodeo will bring them home. The Sports Desk is second. Coming on third, Shake Me Up Hanover. Up the rail, Bet 'em Alive. Pendleton Rodeo and Murder all alone on the line. Second, that'll go to Bet 'em Alive. The Sports Desk held third. 1:54-4.
Here comes a slow-mo replay for the 15th race finale. The Sports Desk popped out of the 2-hole, going to the quarter, gets to the front, 28, the half, 56-2. Going to the 3/4, Adam Erner pulled out of the 2-hole with Pendleton Rodeo, and he goes right on by the Sports Desk, 1:26-1 to that third station. And in the stretch here, he opens up in the field. Bet 'em Alive shook loose late and flew up the inside here for the deuce. But Pendleton Rodeo gets the win in 1:54-4. That's his first win of the season, 10th career. Bet 'em Alive in there for second. The Sports Desk is third. So it is 5-8-1 unofficially in the finale. We'll see Pendleton Rodeo. Adam Erner triples up tonight. They're going to the winner's circle next.
Pendleton Rodeo, arriving at the 15th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Stallion 4, the betting line from the Western Hanover Dam Wild West Show. Owned by Tyler Burke of Ottawa, Ontario. Robin and Ava Burke from Brackley, bred by Ray Schnitker of New York. Adam Werner training and driving for Adam. That's win number 3 as he triples up here in the nightcap. The miles in 154 and 4. Pendleton Rodeo and the Werner triple in the Super High 5. Now, the official results in the 15th, the sports desk was 3rd. Melanie's Magic, 6th. Solid Silver was 8th. Shake Me Up Hanover, 4th. Pendleton Rodeo, the race winner. Stony Curtis, 7th. Macho Phil was 9th. Bet 'em Alive finished 2nd. I'm Hungry was 5th. They went 28, 56 and 2, 126 and 1, and the mile 154 and 4. In review, 368. 417 925. Pendleton Rodeo 620 to win. Exactor 3460. Triactor 8480. The late daily double 156.20. And the super high 5. Return 551.97. That's going to complete our live presentation on this night here in Charlottetown. Tonight's par mutual handle $116,819. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Charlottetown Driving Park, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron, bidding you a safe journey home.